Well, while we're waiting, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, let me just tell the commission, I know I sent y'all an email out today, but, the event at the UF Nursing Center of anniversary over here went well.
Oh, good.
The weather cooperated, our guys did a tremendous job in setting it up, and the UF was well pleased, and, you did a fantastic job of representing. You gave a great concise speech, and it was well received, and it was just a terrific event, I can tell you. I was proud to be a
About the Nathan,
small.
several years ago, we didn't want to see it.
It was amazing that the lady who was a former head of the College of Nursing,
No, she was there.
I know, and she gave $100,000 donation
Right.
to the facility.
We should have gotten a meeting with her, John. Maybe she wants to donate to some other cause.
There you go.
You know, from year one, we had open, it was the year before that, they had students come over to Maddox and do just wellness.
Yeah. Like so.
Blood pressure and all that, and you guys are always.
And that was really good. I enjoyed being a part of it.
Always, always been good by our staff, appreciate that, and taught us to do this.
I thought you were going Matlock with that.
That's right, we call it Scott Lock.
Scott Lock.
There you go.
I don't know, like your response.
Oh, good. Yes. Yeah. I just don't. But we're working with the county. I talked to Michelle today, and we're going to see how we can. We can't lose that money.
You would think that they would understand that too.
Okay, we have everyone in attendance. Vice Mayor is joining us virtually. Thank you for being here, Mr. Walker, representing our legal counsel. As is customary for those as an invitation, we'll start with a prayer and then followed by the call of the meeting to order and the Pledge of Allegiance. For those that'd like to participate, please join me. Dear Heavenly Father, we gather together to meet, discuss with freedom and peace and civility the business of our community this evening. Help us to discern and listen with fairness in all of our discussions. We give you thanks for providing us your grace in these opportunities this evening. Dear Lord, please be with our Vice Mayor Iris Bailey and her family loss of her father, with her husband Richard Bailey and all of their children and grandchildren in this time of loss. Be with them, keep them, and then give them solace in recovery. More so, we ask you to continue to guide our national world leaders so that they might make the right decisions and what is best in our quest for world peace. Please remain close to all our men and women in uniform throughout the world who tirelessly defend and protect our freedoms here at home. Your comfort and strength for them and their families remains our guiding light as your children. May we remain more mindful of the same for each other. Keep safe all our first responders who protect our well-being 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Be with them, dear God, as they dutifully work for us and tirelessly. May we remember more. There's a bond deep within that binds us to one another. It is the gift of authentic love expressing itself in compassion, fairness, willingness to support, and when possible, coming to the aid of another, personally without strings attached. And as written in your word in 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 8, simply, love never fails. It's in your holy name we pray these things. Amen. Call this meeting to order at 6:35 with the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Martin, do we have a quorum present this evening? We have a quorum present, Mr. Barber.
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. Are there any additions, deletions, changes in approval of the workshop agenda? I'll entertain a motion to accept it.
So moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Lewandowski and a second from Commissioner Fiore. Any comments or questions from the dais? The only thing I'm going to ask in the process of what the manner in which we're going to review this, unless there's any contentiousness about it, is that we will look at each item. There are items that Mr. Barber, representing staff, would like to speak to, and he will identify those as we go through them when we just discuss each and every item. But I would like us to discuss all 27, not to belabor the meeting, but I think it's important. And not just cherry pick which ones we like or don't. We'll just go down each one and have our discussion and then move forward from there. And staff will give a report on anything that they have input. I did ask also, just disclosing it, on the format of this outline, excuse me, the third column, the cons and questions, I asked if Mr. Walker if that was any of legal counsel's comments in it, and Mr. Barber just shared with me, no, that was mostly his input from a managerial standpoint, administration as staff. But you all, as our council, have reviewed all these as well, and they're legally within realm. And then certainly tonight, please share any comments you might have as well, if you would. Okay, with that diatribe, any comments from the constituents in the audience regarding what we're doing in our workshop this evening, regarding our charter review? Yes, ma'am, welcome back.
Thank you, Lori Costello. Are we going to be able to ask questions as you go through each one, or are you going to wait till the end, or how's that?
I think it's appropriate as we go through each item, if there's a comment from the constituent in the audience that's shared, not to belabor and lengthen the meeting, but I think that's the best way to do it, because it's certainly a workshop.
All right, thank you.
If that's by consensus acceptable to everyone, in fairness? Okay.
So I have one comment to make.
Yes, sir.
And that is, so I think that going through the items as listed here is a good way to start.
Yes, sir.
I think it's also important to know that I don't think they hit every single change. So I think these are the big issues, and I think that's a great way to start, but the devil's in the details. So after we go through and we come up with a consensus for each one of the major items, we probably, if we have time, we can go through the details of the wording as they correspond to it. If not, we could potentially task the attorney to go through and make some suggested edits, because the document itself is like, I don't know how many pages it is, but.
Yes, sir.
So, but I think for the sake of this discussion, I think going through the major items as listed by Mr. Barber is a good way to start.
Okay. By consensus, everyone accepts that? Okay. Item 3, workshop discussion, city charter review for ballot. I'm sorry. All those in favor, let's go to a vote. Say aye.
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 Aye as well. Nays like sign. Motion carries 4-0 unless you have something virtually from Commissioner, Vice Mayor Bailey. No? So 4-0 at this point. Just for all those that just arrived, she will be joining us virtually, but not in physical attendance. The item 3A, overview or charter review purpose and the scope. Mr. Barber, you want to speak to that, or does it, I think it pretty much speaks to itself in the handbook.
It speaks to itself, but I would defer to our attorney.
All right. Anything to share regarding the purpose?
Mr. Mayor, I think it would be helpful to look at the ground rules of what charters are around the state, how they're being amended and why. So prior to 1968 was the constitutional revision that created a section of the Constitution, Florida Constitution, that relates to home rule powers. That was enacted by the voters by referendum vote and passed, which changed the way we do business as cities. Before that time, you existed as a city by virtue of the grant from the legislature. So charters prior to 1968 had a great deal of language as to what your powers were. Do you have the power to issue bonds, general revenue bonds, general obligation bond, all kinds of things that were in the charter back from those days. For example, City of Stark is going through a charter revision process right now and submitting it to their voters. Their last change was, I believe, 1925, and it had that the clerk shall issue warrants, both in terms of warrants for, arrests, but also warrants as a check. And I had to look up what is a check warrant. It's like a check, but it's something different than a check. Things like that that are so antiquated, you don't even know what those provisions really mean. Well, that was all because they had to have that grant from the legislature. In 1968, when the Constitution was revised, you don't need that anymore. So there's been a big push to take charters and really trim them down and say, we have all the powers as executed by the home rule powers of the state of Florida.
68.
1972, I believe it was the legislature was concerned about what does this mean in the Constitution, so they enacted Chapter 166, which specifies all of the powers that you have, how ordinances are passed, what the procedure is. All the things that happen in the city are really granted pursuant to 166. And unless you're restricted specifically by the legislature, you have those grants and powers. So that's kind of just as a ground rule overview of why we find ourselves changing charters pretty radically as far as that goes.
Okay.
One other note that I'll make is the commission has an opportunity to put this on a ballot, and in City of High Springs that's going through charter revisions, they've said we want this question sent to the voters for these amendments, these specific amendments, and I think they've had 3 amendments per year, and they're going through a 3-year process, 3 this year, 3 next year, 3 the following year. And so that's one way of doing it, because you have specific votes on specific questions. The other way of doing it, City of Stark, is deciding to put it in front of the voters. Do you pass the charter as amended by the Charter Review Commission or not? Yes, no. And you can look at the amended charter at City Hall, that sort of thing. So there's 2 ways to do that. And it's up to you to decide as the commission how you want to procedurally put this before the voters. Do you want to have it segment? The issue is there's such a thing as voter fatigue. When you get to this question and you're on the ballot and you're down to this, you either don't vote or you vote a no because you're tired of looking at things. The countervailing measure to that is that there is some litigation out there. Well, I wanted sections 1, 2, and 3 to be amended, but I'm hung by, number 5 I didn't want, and I have to vote the whole thing or vote it all down. So there's pros and cons of each way of doing it, and it's kind of up to you collectively to say how we want to do it here in the city of Archer. But those are some background issues going into this, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'd like to, since I chaired the committee, I'd like to give a little background on the committee for the record.
Okay.
So the committee was appointed by then Mayor Bailey. I chaired it. Ms. Costello was on it. Also, former Commissioner Joni White was on it. Some other citizens were on it. Both former Commissioner Penny and former Commissioner Green were at almost all the meetings in the audience and attendance. Also, Deanna, who was then the acting city manager, was also present for all the meetings. And there was an attorney at every single meeting that we had, so just a general background. We were doing this, we went to look at this, and our general concept was looking at what were the issues that we've been having over the past few years, and how can we amend the charter to address some of those issues. So at the time, of course, we had just gone through some of the issues with the former city manager. There were significant financial issues. There were also the issues, we thought that Perhaps there was a better way of doing business for the commissioners themselves to be more effective and efficient in communicating. So those were sort of the things that sort of drove us. We looked at the various charters in the area and outside the state. I have to admit, we were heavily influenced by Newberry. And we looked at some of the success that Newberry was having in its meetings, which is why you see the thing with the elected mayor. The elected, and we'll speak more to that later, but the elected mayor was something we looked at heavily because it allowed that mayor to do the type of coordination with the other elected officials that you just cannot normally do. And that was something we thought was very important. And also to have that elected official who could act as an ombudsman. Of course, the trade-off with that is that elected official can't vote. But that has seemed to work pretty well for Newberry and the other cities we looked at over the past few years. So that's why you see that in there. So when you look at this, what we're trying to do is not throw the baby out with the bathwater, but we really wanted to address some of the issues we had seen in the past with the last, I think, 7 city managers. And we tried to craft this not thinking about who was sitting in that seat, per se, either commissioner or city manager, but how we could craft this to make more sense in the future. So that was sort of thought process behind it.
How many volunteer members were there? 5, 7? You remember?
I think there were,
Just curious, from the past. 'Cause we
yeah, I think there, there was 7, I think
7?
total, right? Yeah, I think we had 7 total. And then Commissioner White was acting as secretary. And all the changes were captured by whichever city attorney was here. And that city attorney made the changes to it, the red line document. And then we reviewed those red line documents at each meeting.
Okay,
So the city attorney was the one who was controlling the document that we were all discussing.
okay. Any questions of Commissioner Lewandowski regarding the process of what the Charter Review Committee did? No. Commissioner Fiore?
No.
No. Anyone in the audience, the constituency in the audience want to speak to anything or question anything of Commissioner Lewandowski regarding the process of the Charter Review Committee? And that was done a year and a half ago, was it not?
Right, it was done a year and a half ago,
Okay.
and it was that the results were presented to the commission then,
Okay,
but it was tabled.
tabled, okay. And that's where we're at, so, okay. Thank you, Commissioner Lewandowski. All right, now we'll review the proposed charter edits compiled from the charter review process. And they've been just outlined by number. There are 27 to review. And in that, this is
I do have a-
discussion and a workshop.
I do have a question, I'm
Yes, ma'am.
sorry. So the 27 that we're reviewing, that means that every single section that had a change is in one of these 27?
I'll have to defer to Mr. Barber on
Sorry.
that, because he created the document.
So number 27 was created as a way of saying that it was more clerical. So you had things like articles and sections and deleting what our attorney discussed, things that are language changes that come in compliance with Florida statute. So if you're referring to number 27 in particular.
The 27
They're
items
listed.
that are listed.
So the 27 items was a list that was provided as a master copy to me by the city attorney's office.
Okay.
The compilation of the list that Commissioner Lewandowski insinuated that was what they had compiled over time.
Okay.
And I basically looked at a very apolitical, no opinion, just kind of an idea and summary of what the language was and what it would mean. And so that's how we came up with the 27. I did send it out to the commission for the record to see if you guys had any edits or changes or anything like that. I didn't receive any of that back, and so we went ahead and we published the agenda to make sure that the residents had the information.
These are the actual red line changes.
Correct.
The Charter Review Committee.
Correct, those are the ones
Identified
that we identified, right, so if you look.
And you
see-
agree with these 27, Mr. Lewandowski, as the chair of the Charter Review?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, although they are summaries, they're not the actual
actual
language, so that's
details.
important to remember.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and if there's any questions, we should go to that actual language and look at it.
Okay, all right. And what was presented when we tabled it was the actual documents with the red lines.
Correct.
And it, we hadn't even had a workshop, so that was the purpose, I think, of tabling it to prepare for a workshop, so there could be this happening.
Yes.
And then move forward.
That's my recollection.
Yes, sir, okay, thank
One
you.
other comment I would make, Mr. Mayor, is there's always a view toward expediency in these things. And the one thing I would counsel you to is to get it right. Whatever the Charter Review Commission has done, whatever the City Commission does, make sure it's supported by all as best, there's always a possible dissenting votes, but make sure we do it right. We're looking at November. We want to get it done, get it on the ballot, all that sort of thing for November. But if we don't want to sacrifice getting it right for expediency, that's the other.
Do it right, yeah.
Right.
Otherwise, hold back on it and have another Charter Review Committee, which,
And Mr. Mayor, on that same point, in that spirit tonight, if there are elements that the commission feels very strongly about, we can also look at it, and John and I were talking about this today, and say, tonight, you guys come up with 5 or 10 or however many, and say, these are all ones we know we want to change, then let's go ahead and get that language drafted and get those on the ballot. It's not to say that this is the only time we can address the charter. I want to get as much done as possible, but in the same light, let's get some things on the ballot that the voters and the commission would like to see.
the
That would
next
be
Charter Review Committee will have it so much easier because the others are there and
correct.
identified and ready to proceed with for review. Okay, thank you. Okay, and D, the discussion of which proposed changes should be prepared as separate ballot questions. This is where I said if it's acceptable of everyone by consensus, we'll just go down each one, have discussion, and then move through the 27. And then Commissioner Lewandowski, you can certainly get into the speaking of the details and particular ones as we move forward. Okay, with that said, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, it was awkward without a mic here. We're trying to correct that. So I just want to say, on top of what Mr. Barber said, there is an expectation from the supervisor of elections that we're going to do whatever we do sooner rather than later. So that would mean that, to piggyback on what Mr. Barber said, whatever you want to put on there, you really need to make, no, I'm not saying tonight, obviously.
A workshop, we
But-
can't make this.
Right, but you need to make it sometime within, their expectation is that you're gonna have the language, whatever you wanna do to them sometime next month.
Okay.
In order to
Get
be
prepared
placed
for
on the
November
ballot.
now, yeah.
Correct. I just wanna make that clear.
Thank you.
sir.
Okay, number 1. Article 1, historical cleanup and renumbering, deletes the 1997 effective date phrase and the obsolete replacement of former charter section, renumbers the remaining section.
Okay, so can I just jump in?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
I'm not, if it's okay, on the sake of recovery and,
Yeah, I know, you sound awful,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's all right. I
You
just,
better not get me sick
no, ma'am, I'm in the middle of finishing
saying that.
I'm not swapping with you.
a Z-Pack, so I'm good.
Okay, so
But the pros and cons are there, and so,
in the document, highlighted in this orangey color,
red line,
And-
yeah.
crossed off is
Yep.
old language that's being deleted. If
Yep.
it's just underlined, it's new language being added. Well, I get that, it's a normal edit. But, so like effective date is crossed off, but nothing new is being added in there. So,
It would be the approval date of the election, if it passed.
November.
That's what you would propose. So you would propose the day after the election or the day of the election.
okay.
That's why it's blank, because we don't know whether or not that is going to make it on there. And
Well, usually I would see an underline area for that information, so that's what I was curious about. Okay.
Yeah, and that was and those edits were made a year and a half ago, which is another reason why it's not in there. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I understand that, but I just want to make sure we're putting in a date because you need
Yeah,
an effective
absolutely.
date. Yeah,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Okay,
The, one thing I'd like to bring up on this is that one of the things that's not brought up in the section that Mr. Barber has on there is the boundary section. So one of the concerns that we had as a commission is that somebody needed to go through and make sure the legal description of corporate limits of the city of Archer are correct, because there's been so many changes. Now, I don't know if that has been done. Does your office do that, you know?
I don't know that anybody's done it, Bill. Two things. Let me talk about the procedure just so that everybody knows what the procedure is. So you can send it to a charter review commission and appoint commission members. You don't have to do that. What you have to do under Florida statute is pass an ordinance, and Exhibit A to the ordinance is the charter amendments. So the ordinance takes 2 readings. You have to have 10 days in advance of advertisement for the second and final reading. So that's kind of your timeline. We can do all these things, as John said, by end of June, and my understanding is that's drop dead date for our supervisor of elections. So that's your procedural mechanism of the way you do it. Now, with respect to the boundaries, you can say very simply the existing boundaries of the city are the existing boundaries. You don't have to have a legal description. Somebody, Bill Lewandowski is right, somebody needs to
Validate.
go through and do all that if you're gonna do it this way, but you don't have to do that. Because you can't change your boundaries by virtue of this process. There has to be an annexation or de-annexation process to change your boundaries. My recommendation would be to simply state, the boundaries state as they are. We can't be changed by the virtue of this charter amendment process that we're undertaking right now. And that way you sidestep the issue that Bill just brought up.
I mean, I'm okay with that. That wasn't brought up when we had the review committee, so I mean, it certainly makes it easier. But is there a document somewhere that specifically describes our current boundaries?
So that's going to be with the property appraiser's office, the comprehensive plan. When we do our comprehensive plan in 28, it'll determine what the boundaries are. I agree with the city attorney in this manner because your charter would look outdated if we ever did annexation or de-annexation. So it's actually a good thing to be ambiguous in this point. But yes, to answer your question, we do have zoning maps that would parlay
That's
that.
what creates the alien chart. that
Yeah, so my question is, to the attorney, is what is the specific legal language that has to be put in here? What, does it reference a particular document? What is the reference, or does it not have to?
No, it doesn't. It just simply says that let me give you High Springs as an example. The corporate boundaries of the city shall be as they exist on the date this charter takes effect pursuant to records maintained by the office of city clerk, provided that the city may change the boundaries in a manner as prescribed by law. So that is how it's done in High Springs. Let me give you the language. This is the city of Newberry. Corporate boundaries of the city shall be as they exist on the date the charter takes effect, provided the city may change its boundaries in the manner prescribed by law. Very similar language. You see that language very commonly in charter amendment process.
And the historical reference is anything that you have voluntarily annexed or allowed volunteer annexation. And we've had 2 in Archer over the last 6 years, I mean, on record. Somebody correct me. But, which creates a difference in that schematic there, but that's how it changes, is through that's how the record reflects the change.
To belabor the point, you can't change the boundaries as they exist right now through this process, so that's what these
I think that answers
provisions
my question
say.
is,
Yeah.
you don't do it through.
And that would be my recommendation, you take
Okay.
language such as that.
All right, any other questions or comments regarding number 1? Did staff, anything from staff?
No, nothing from staff. What we're looking for, Mr. Mayor, if we can, is a sort of an idea of consensus. I mean, if the members here present feel that this is something that they would like to refer, if you go back to your agenda page, because we're preparing for each one of these under E to direct staff and the city attorney regarding next steps, ordinance preparation, and draft ballot language. So maybe, get an idea of if people were to have a consensus, would they be inclined to a yes or a no on it? Not that we're making the decision.
We can't act on it, but.
No, you're not acting, but you're giving the staff an idea
And
of
what we
where
might
you
come
guys
up with is
lean.
a chronological order that's 1 through 27 with the yeses, and then start at our next meeting, act on
Right.
the reduction process.
Right.
Or the decision to do it as a block.
So,
I
for
recommend you
example,
poll us for a consensus.
Yes.
Excuse me?
I recommend that you poll us on this question as a consensus.
Okay.
Yeah.
On each one.
On
all
each one, right.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, any comments from the constituents in the audience regarding number 1? Okay, let me poll the, I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
One thing.
On number 1,
Well,
welcome.
it's for the record
Yes, ma'am.
and clearing it up. I wasn't part of the committee. I volunteered to do the minutes.
You were the
Right, that's
secretary.
right.
Yes, ma'am,
And-
that was already announced. 'cause-
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And you did a good job.
Former Commissioner White, Secretary of the 2025 Charter Review Committee. Okay, let me allow the polling by consensus. Commissioner Lewandowski, number 1.
Yes.
Commissioner Fiore,
Yes.
Commissioner Rossi,
Yes.
any virtual from Vice Mayor Bailey yet?
I'm monitoring my texts. I'm monitoring my texts, and I don't see
Thank
anything
you for
yet.
being that scribe, I appreciate it. Hearing that the Vice Mayor is not voting by consensus, I have consensus for number 1 and have no issue as well, so.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Number 2, Article 2, Public Purpose Language changes expenditure authority to state that city money may be appropriated and spent only for public purpose.
I have a couple comments, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am?
Okay, page 4 of 16, letter E, I agree with that. That's good. H, I'm not understanding that. So why are we calling out special and local assessments, local governments for the general fund?
And not the others.
Why would that, local assessments and, would you not have to do the same type of approval for your general fund?
Well, I'd like to make a recommendation that, where we have it split up, let's address just the public purpose one first, then go down to that one.
Public purpose.
Yeah, so the first thing on there was public purpose,
Language?
the language. That was section E that you just mentioned, you said you're okay with, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so so my recommendation is let's discuss that one first.
Oh, I was okay with the.
Yeah, I know you're, right,
Okay.
and I'm okay with it too,
Okay.
obviously, but we need to hear from.
Oh,
from
okay.
The other commissioners.
Sorry.
Yeah. And then we'll go on to the other one, if
Okay.
that's okay with
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm okay with
You're okay with? Okay.
Okay, so
Any other questions?
I don't have any more.
I think you're at public comment, if everybody up here had a.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'll roll into this one just,
Yes.
just to give you some background again. All of the items that are listed, A through O, I believe that's all of them, are encompassed in 166. Oh, A through, it looks like Q. So again, it's the typical language. Newberry's provision is, the city shall have all governmental, corporate, and proprietary powers possible for a city to have under the Constitution and laws of the state of Florida, so they were specifically enumerated in this charter to enable it to conduct municipal government, perform municipal functions, render municipal services, exercise any power for municipal purposes, except as otherwise provided by law or this charter. The powers of the city shall be liberally construed in favor of the city, limited only by the state constitution, general and special law, and specific limitations in this charter. High Springs is a little more brief than that. That says, but it's very similar. The city shall have all governmental, corporate, and proprietary powers to enable it to conduct municipal government, perform municipal functions, render municipal services, and may exercise power for municipal purposes, except as expressly prohibited by law or this charter. So the grant of authority is by the Constitution and Chapter 166, which is all encompassing. There's no need to restate all of these powers. Now, Commissioner Fiore's point, H does limit your powers, and as your counsel, charters are somewhat unwieldy in the sense that once they are voted in, then that's your your municipal powers until they're amended by the electorate. So if you're going to limit your power, a referendum of the citizens shall be required for all special assessments related to any enterprise fund of the city, that's a limitation on your city power. And you may, at some point in the future, say, wait a minute, we need that ability, and now we're hamstrung because we've got to go to
It's
the
in the charter.
electorate in order to get that changed. So it's just more than anything else, it's a way of doing these charters in a more modern fashion, number one. Number two, I want to caution you as to provisions that limit your power by the charter, because it may have unintended consequences.
So let me address then if I could, the thought process that we went through under Section 4 specific powers. Now, again, we were going through and reading the current charter and making changes to it. So I guess that would encompass, let me go back here. So that would sort of encompass on what's in the agenda, items 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so what we were looking at when we did this is we were looking at the types of financial issues that were going on here, not just here, but in other cities around in the general area. So, for example, under H, one of our concerns as we got through there, as people who live here, is that we did not want the city commission to be able to have special assessments unless the citizens agreed to it. So, I mean, we wanted to be really clear about that. We wanted to be clear, even though it sort of makes comment, the law says you're not supposed to. Mm-hmm. We wanted to make sure that money was only expended and appropriated for public purpose. Mm-hmm. And we wanted to make sure that anybody sitting up here, either as commissioner or city manager, heard that loud and clear. Going down to O, well, actually, based on what the attorney said, that maybe O has to go somewhere else. That's the members will serve at the pleasure of the city commission. So that might have to go somewhere else now. Going down to new Q, it says before any action under this section which involves a physical expenditure can be approved by the city commission, the city manager must show the revenue stream. So another thing that we wanted to make sure, and I pushed this myself, is because I heard lots of things coming out. We wanted to do X, Y, and Z. I wanted to make sure that there was a revenue stream attached to that, because 9 times out of 10 there wasn't. So another thing, a message that we wanted to send to whoever sits in this chair, or the city manager's chair in the future is, you want to spend money, that's fine. Show me where the revenue is coming from.
May I make a comment, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
So I agree with that completely, that concept, but I don't think it should be outlined in this section. And I'm talking about Q here. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and argue that we can't keep it here, but it just seems out of place, in my opinion, here into that detail, because I think it's already required that any type of amendments, or you would reference to your purchasing power.
Where it came from.
No, your
Yeah.
what is it? How much you're allowed to spend, like the city manager. Like, I think there's other things that should be making sure that you're expending properly. I understand we weren't doing it correctly, but I think that is more of a policy and then action take place when your employees are not doing the right thing. That's my opinion. And then, Commissioner, you said for H that you wanted to make sure that, I'm reading it opposite for what you just said. So, do you remember what you just said about that one?
Yeah, so what we said is we wanted to make sure, let's read it again. It says, to levy special local assessment for local improvements related only to the general fund and ad valorem taxes, and to hold liens for public purposes. And then, of course, the change there is a referendum of the citizens of the city shall be required for all special assessments related to any enterprise fund of the city. So before there is a special assessment for the enterprise fund, we wanted to have a referendum on that. We wanted the citizens to have.
So just for clarity, have we moved on from number 2?
No, we're still in number two.
Okay, because now we're talking about number 3.
Three.
Okay, I just wanted to,
Yeah, and like I said before,
No.
we were gonna,
We're still in number 2.
we're still number,
Right.
well,
We're
yeah.
talking about 2 and
well, he mentioned enterprise funds, so
Article
that's
2.
number 3.
That's number three.
That's why I'm asking. I'm just making sure we're
so
clear.
I'm on
Number two.
I'm on section 2.
And the vice
No,
mayor
no,
did, the
I'm
vice mayor did
confused.
come back. She wanted to record a consensus polling of no on items 1 and 2.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm looking at Article 2, and my question is under Section 4, Special Powers, letter H. I'm not following that sentence. I don't know why it's okay for 1 and not the enterprise. I'm not following it.
Well, actually, now you brought it up, I mean, I would, I would say it should be for both, actually. So I hear what you're saying, and to make it clear, I think going in the spirit of our discussions for the committee, I would say it would be both. And the only reason, Mr. Barber, is we started combining these three is because the attorney had mentioned that in the language that he was suggesting is that it's there would be like sort of this blanket comment relating back to the statute. So if that's the case, that means that what we would need to do is to call out these things by exception with that additional language. So again, the exception piece under finances would be under specific powers, it would be to appropriate money only for a public purpose. And as we've just discussed here, it would be for all special assessments, either for the general fund or enterprise fund. It would be a referendum, so I agree with you on that. And then down going to O, has to do with citizen committees, so that probably needs to go somewhere else now. And then to the new Q is the part where we have wanted to make sure that a revenue stream had been identified for each expenditure. Now, I know that's good management practice, but not just here, but in other commissions around the area, that wasn't happening. And we thought strongly enough that it needed to be in the charter to reinforce that good fiscal practice.
But is that not under finance where you just said you were gonna put H?
It could be, but again, that's the reason it's here right now is because these things were occurring under the current charter, under section 4, specific powers were outlined mostly, and if you look at H as it was, I'm sorry, section 4, specific powers, if you go down what was in the current charter, it's almost all general finance. It talks about special assessments, it talks about franchise, all those things, a lot of those things are part of it. So that's why it wound up in there in that section. It can be moved, it can be moved around to make more sense, when the attorney puts in the language he discussed about having sort of this general thing.
Yeah.
That's fine, but one of the things we would like to make sure, the committee would like to make sure, is that these limitations and expectations are put into the charter because we think it's that important.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think all the points that are brought up are excellent. I think that a lot of tendency in Archer, and rightfully so, is to react to past practice issues. I would say that, and the attorney can speak on this, the budgetary process in the state of Florida is actually a very robust process. This year during our budget, we plan on having workshops. As far as a city manager or a city staff, city government should exist as a budget on a yearly basis, being their Bible. And the lack of following that isn't a failure of the charter or the government, it's a failure of the oversight on whether it's the manager or whether it's the staff. And so if we put in processes to correct those things, I think Florida statute, to the attorney's point, already parlays a process that budgetary aspects. We should operate on a budget, things shouldn't go over that budget, there has to be budget amendments if that budget changes in any way. All of those are adopted through a very formal process. Again, I'm not opposed or slighting one way or the other. I would say that 2 and 3 are very interconnected because you're talking about funding and ad valorem, and you're talking about revenue, and you're talking about expenditures, whether that comes from the general fund or the enterprise funds, both processes need to be taken into consideration as the same, really the same thing, even though they're going to different places and coming from different places. If you look at the paper that I handed out on the staff report, and this can go for section 2 or section 3, but we did want to talk about section 3. I just wanted to go through it briefly, that the number 3 change in particular, if we go through the summary recommendation on the first page, we would recommend that the commission not cede this core financial responsibility to a public referendum requirement. And if you go on to page 2 of the paper I gave you all, there's a couple reasons why. One is Florida law already provides a public process. Those changes have to be happening through a public hearing, and that is a robust public hearing. That's handled under Section 170 of Florida statutes. Why the proposed referendum requirement would harm, in my opinion, the city of Archer. One, it would delay time-sensitive projects, utility and infrastructure, and that's why I'm concentrating on 3 more than 2. But utility and infrastructure projects are driven by engineering schedules, permitting schedules, grant deadlines, procurement windows, contractor pricing, and regulatory compliance. A referendum that adds months and sometimes years of uncertainty before the city can prove local funding readiness could be detrimental to the very grant funds we've already acquired. 2, it would weaken the grant readiness in the state that and the fact that many state and federal funding programs look for the local community in either matching funds, bond rating, readiness to proceed, realistic financial plans, and a charter mandated referendum would make the city less nimble and less competitive. We would lose out in that ranking very severely in many key critical grants that are provided by the state and federal government. Number 3, it would increase long-term cost because deferred infrastructure is more expensive than dealing with it in reasonable amounts of time. And delays that turn preventative maintenance will turn it into emergency repair. It will tend to cause people to neglect an issue to be taxed further or increased further on their rates until they see literally something breaking in the streets. And so that is definitely a concern. Number 4, it would transfer technical decisions to a blunt ballot instrument. We've talked about ballot fatigue. That is a very real thing. Whether a wastewater in-connect drainage improvement or solid waste facility cost should be assessed is a technical and legal financial question better handled by the board that represents the people. Number 5, it would reduce direct accountability because the commission is elected to hear the evidence, question staff, receive professional advice, deliberate in public, and vote. And if the charter sends the decision to a referendum, each future commission can avoid the difficult decision by saying that the voters denied it. So the result is not better accountability, it's actually fragmented accountability. And then number 6, it would be difficult to undo. Obviously, the charter process, as we've seen, is a lengthy one. So there's more on there that I can expound on, but I'll give you guys an example. I plan on coming back to the commission here in the next few months before our next budget fiscal year and talking about CPIs within our rate structure. Not because we want to raise rates, it's because I want to avoid what's happened here in the past where the rate increases, we didn't have a rate increase for 5 years or 10 years, and now the poor residents get sacked with this massive amount of money. It's not fair and it's not right to them. We're negotiating with Waste Pro right now. They're going to have a mandated CPI. That's going to be passed on to the customer. Every service is that way. So the question is, would voters rather have small incremental changes, or would they rather wait and have these massive adjustments that almost cripple them financially?
So you're mixing apples and oranges. There's a difference between assessing, maintenance fees and stuff, increased cost through changing rates, which is not addressed here. What's specifically and only addressed here are special assessments. And the citizens, the citizens can speak for themselves, so you have a lot of them here. The citizens do not want to have special assessments unless they have a say in it, a direct say in it. So, that's where I think that's where this charter committee was coming from. That's different from some of the things you're speaking about when it comes to rates. So if we need to raise rates because we need for budgetary reasons, for maintenance, those types of things, that's a different issue that goes through the normal process. we're specifically addressing special assessments.
Commissioner, I was just addressing the language. So when I look at the language and
Right.
to the attorney's point, that's where you get yourself in trouble. When we get this specific on these things, that language could be argued and could be challenged, in my opinion, legally. And that's my wearisomeness. You say that your opinion and the Charter Commission's opinion, or Charter Review Committee's opinion, was that it only dealt with special assessments. But when I reviewed the language, and when I had others review the language, they didn't come away with that that strict interpretation.
Okay,
And that's
let-
why I'm addressing it.
Let me intervene if I may, because good dialogue, good conversation, gentlemen, but we're mixing 2 and 3 and diverting way off. And in the sake of time, and I hate to start talking about it already, if we take this kind of time, we will be here all night. So if we can, thank you, Mr. Barber, for presenting, the detail on 3. That will expedite and maybe help us with 3. But right now, let's get back to 2 and focus on what I'm looking at is the public purpose language changes expenditures authority to state that city money may be appropriate and spent only for public purpose. And being the old guard here, I'm sorry, it has the H, the Q, the other notation, the O. But I think that language suffices to say what we're trying to do in 2.
So you want us to say yea or nay?
I'm not trying to expedite, but I just think we need to focus
that's fine.
on 2.
I think
You
2 we are good on, so
And
let's
I-
get
and
it done.
If I can just bring something up, and again, old guard speaking here, but charter review, something that we haven't done every year or every 2 years, and I'm looking at my other old guard back there that was our secretary, but we have the opportunity to do that. If we do this as well as we've done it now, if we're stuck on one of these, the point is there's no reason we can't establish a charter review committee. They may alter it or decide it's not as important, but we've done, I can't commend you enough, Mr. Lewandowski, for chairing this, but so much of the homework has been done, and we certainly have a vetted and engaged city manager that has input from a utility perspective and hamstringing and things like that. These can be brought back in another charter review this next year. So and again, I don't want to belabor this, my concern is, being an old guard again, and charter review going to referendum with citizenry vote, if it's too much, there's distrust and they vote no, 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 whether you have a block or whether you have 27. And I'm not the guy behind the little emerald city door, but Mr. Attorney, you've already spoke to that if there's doubt, they're going to vote no, and you're not going to enhance and improve your charter review. So with all that said, can we keep that on the left lobe or the right lobe? Because we cannot act and make motions. We can do this consensus thing, but the exercise this evening is to go through and maybe have 5, 6, or 7 that we want.
Yeah, so I think there's 2 broad questions on this particular section. One is to go through, as you just suggested, we go through each one of these, and then, because.
I still think we should, and then.
No, we should, yeah, absolutely should.
And get brief, and then have
And
certainly our citizen input on it, any committee members that were in the charter review, and then move on.
And then the final question on section is, the attorney had mentioned a reference back to to state code.
Yep.
And if that's the case, and we agree with that approach, then it would be.
It's our safety.
Yeah, well, right, so then he would have to harmonize what we say here with that approach.
With the 72
Yeah,
and
right,
any
if we agree
legislation.
with that. Okay, fine, I just want to make sure. we're
Is
clear.
that, and again, I'm not trying to hush
good.
or silence anyone, but
Good.
I know by 9:30 or 10, we're gonna start getting really exhausted, so.
Mr. Mayor, I think you did still have public comment on that.
I am. I'm trying to do the parliamentarian thing here, so I'm just trying to. Okay. Citizen input before we, yes, ma'am. And again, I don't mean to disrespect anybody, but I want to remind everyone what I said, that we can do charter review every year, and I'm excited to think we might do that, so.
I just want some clarification
Yes, ma'am.
from the attorney. Okay. When you said that High Springs and Newberry had shortened theirs to like a paragraph, but it was constitutional, and we'll do away with just about all of number 2?
Correct.
And will we have to, in the vote, will we have to
Disclose.
list all of this to
No.
be deleted?
You can list it, it's really a preference of what you want to do. But you can have a general reference to Constitution and laws of the state of Florida, and we have all those powers that are enumerated in those two documents.
Right.
That's one way of doing it. That's how High Springs and Newberry have done it. Many other cities have done it in that same way. The other way is to enumerate certain powers, but in my mind and in my counsel to the city, it's a bit surplusage. It's
Right.
just saying things that you already have the ability to do. For example, to appropriate and expend money only for public purpose. That's the law. That's what the law says. You cannot, as a city, expend money for private purposes. It's absolutely against the law.
And we can't, if I'm not mistaken, we can't expound on the Constitution.
Correct.
So my question is then, I'm just afraid of what this is gonna cost us with the, and I told Mr. Lewandowski this during the meeting, with the supervisor of elections. If we don't have to list all those and we can just put that in, you really should consider it, because I don't wanna tie our hands. I want it left, yeah.
Or walk away with a no vote across the board, and the exercise by the
Yeah.
charter.
Well, so I think we're leaning that way. I think we're leaning that way, but I think what we
Okay.
want to do is address these different items to see if they should be added to that language.
Okay.
I think that's kind of where we're at.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Costello, regarding number 2.
Regarding number 2, I feel that things in the charter, including number 2, should be spelled out, easy for the commissioners. If you look what happened before, and what happened before, and before, and before, many years prior, this is gonna help this commission and all future commissions. We need something spelled out. I understand about the cost and everything, but just like what happened, it's costing us a lot more money than if we did spelled it out for everybody.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's go roll call consensus. Commissioner Lewandowski on number 2.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Fiore,
No.
Commissioner Rossi,
You were patient, you take all the sentences.
I'm sorry.
okay.
Yeah, take your time.
I just need to wrap my head around the fact that keeping it simple, keeping it simple is the main, without making all the changes, because the law stands behind it. The law is there. So that's why I'm I'm hesitant to say yes, because I understand there's been issues in the past, but that's because laws weren't followed, is where I'm coming from. So with that being said, I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
Sorry. I
Sorry.
didn't mean to carry on.
No, that's okay.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Bailey texted that she is a consensus no on
No.
number 2.
Right, I have that noted already. And I am a yes, so it is 3 nay and 2 yes by consensus. All right, moving on. Number 3. Article 2, special assessments and enterprise funds limits special local assessments to general fund / ad valorem related improvements and requires a citizen referendum for special assessments related to any enterprise fund.
So I'd like to suggest, based upon the comments that Commissioner Fiore said, is that would be changed to read that it would be required to have referendum for, to levy special or local assessments for either the general fund or the enterprise fund would require a referendum of the citizens. Again, to levy special or local assessments.
Okay. Any other comments? Commissioner Lewandowski regarding number 3?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Fiore, any feedback or comments or details of number 3?
No, I'm just gonna make it known that I'm saying no to all these because I want to get to what the attorney recommended or
Yeah.
provided us doing a one paragraph. I may agree with the points being said in these one-offs, but
Okay.
yeah, I wanna just do the itemized paragraph.
Okay, just be advised that if we do that, then the commission can impose special assessments on the citizens. I mean, that's when you do that.
Without
because
a referendum.
Without a referendum. That's what that means when
Yeah.
you do that.
Okay.
We could have that special that paragraph he's talking about with that addendum to it.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, this is a good example of the charter provides power to the city, both, as reliant upon the Constitution and laws of the state of Florida. That's the general language that we've been talking about. This provision is a restriction of that power.
Hamstrings.
It's bringing you back, as Donald Barber said, it says this is a restriction. Now, under Chapter 170, so let me give you some real-life examples. Citizens come before you and say, our roads are a mess, we've lived this, there's potholes, and we're not getting any better, and you come and throw some lime rock down, and we've had it. And meeting after meeting, you have this same situation that goes under your meetings. A special assessment under 170, the majority of the landowners that are adjacent to the roadway can vote in a special assessment. That's how special assessments work under 170. So it gives a tool for the city to say, all right, we don't have the funding available, and this vote can be bonded off, so you can get the money immediately for purposes of meeting the requirements of the
Remediating the
citizen.
situation, yeah.
It goes for utility services, greenways, other forms of improvements, municipal improvements under Chapter 170 can be made in this way. Now, if this is in your charter, you don't have that ability to do that. My thinking would be you have to have a referendum of the entire city to make that assessment available to the residents of this roadway. And that's kind of, I just want to point out real life examples perhaps of how this provision would work. I don't have a dog in the fight. If you all say, hey, we like that language to restrict our ability, our city in the future to levy special assessment, I just want to make sure you understand what that language does should you decide to restrict the city's powers down the road.
Okay.
Mayor, I have a question for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
attorney.
Yes,
if
ma'am.
That's okay. So if it would require a referendum of the entire city, then, and it was just the road right here and only 3 citizens really were impacted, I'm just making for an example.
You're speaking for the whole
So
city.
how would that pass then? You would still have to have a certain percentage of voters for the whole entire
Correct.
city
You
to
have to have
pass that
a
referendum?
majority of the citizens
Would
in the
have
city
to,
of
okay.
Archer that vote in that election would have to pass the assessment for that particular roadway for the 3 citizens. And taking your example further, under Chapter 170, three voters would be the vote. 2 vote yes, all right, they get the assessment. Now it's going to be assessed and apportioned per the cost of the roadway on their properties. And so you can assess it in that way. The other way is if we have 1,000 voters, it has to have
Majority.
501
Of course, the
votes.
practical application is, given the cost of what it costs to repair roads, I can't imagine, I guess it's always possible, I can't imagine any road in Archer where those folks would agree on their own to take on the cost of repairing that road. And I just, for practical purpose, I just don't see that happening, not given the cost of what it costs to repair a road. So, I hear what the attorney's saying on that. I just don't see that as something that's realistic. you know, it's gonna be all of us paying it, not just 3 people.
Anything else, Commissioner Fiore?
Yeah, thank you.
No. Anything else, Commissioner Rossi? Anything else from the Vice Mayor virtually?
Yes, she had an opinion. She looked over the information provided, and she is of the consensus of no on
No.
on
Okay.
on it. Number 3.
And Mr. Barber, you've presented your document here. Any other?
Yes, and again, I just want to reiterate that I agree with the spirit of what's being offered and trying to get everybody involved, but in emergency situations, I just want to make sure that the commission understands that we could prevent some things from occurring by making it become a ballot issue every time. I just want to make sure we all understand that. This will, although they'll be more transparent and more open to everyone, it could potentially be that you're ready to say, this is my street, my area, and I want something done, and the rest of the voting block could stop you from doing that. So I just want to make sure we have an understanding of what the attorney brought up.
Okay.
So, and there are bonds and things that we will have a hard time being approved for. SRF is one of those. If you guys take special assessments away from the commission, that is affecting your SRF funding.
Okay. All right, and before we go to a roll call for consensus, citizen input? Yes, ma'am, on number 3.
Yep. Why can't this be taken care of very easily by just adding special assessments as, to vote on them, whoever is affected? Okay, if it's citywide, then everybody's affected, so everybody votes. If it's just for one street, then it's those people on just that street. So you just add those that are affected. And you have it in there.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the audience? Yes, ma'am. Ms. White?
Patience some more. Don't y'all wish I'd go home and stay there?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Good, glad to see you.
So if there's a special assessment, we're going with your example first. And we have this, the whole city will vote on it, and the whole city will pay. Right? Is that,
Yes.
I'm understanding that correctly?
For one road, 3
For one
citizens. Yeah.
Suppose we have a development that's out here, over on the Davis property. Somebody wants to develop it. He should have to pay for the roads going in there. I shouldn't have to pay for them. He should have to pay for them. If this is in there, who's gonna pay for them? Am I making sense?
You are, and
It's called impact fees.
Joni, since we're in a workshop, I use first names if that's okay.
That's fine, I'm glad.
One of the things that's rolling around the back of my mind is that there's a tool called a community development district that levies special assessments. Best example of that is the villages. They have, huge improvements for school purposes. They have tremendous public
Amenities.
community purposes. Those are assessments. Those are levied assessments on those
Right.
residents. And it can only be used in that particular district. They're a special assessment. I don't know if this language would limit you from, going to your example. Davis Property comes in and they say, we want to do all of these, improvements, public improvements. Streets and roads will be used by everybody in the city of Archer, but it's really going to benefit this special community that we're putting in. And we want a community development district for that purpose. I don't know if this language then limits you to having a vote of a referendum of the citizenry of Archer to implement that sort of measure. I would have to think about it, research a lot more. There may be some, my only point is there may be more unintended consequences for language that is well-intended and a very good idea on many grounds.
But still hams.
But it may have some difficulty. My view is community development districts are a very effective tool
Right.
at creating public improvements. So I just don't know if that limits this sort of thing as well.
Well, the other thing is, could the commission, if we got, can the commission willy-nilly say, without this in the charter, say, if you want to have your roads fixed, we'll do a special assessment for you?
So to Lori's point that she just made,
Right.
she said only the affected parties vote.
Exactly.
That's exactly what 170 says.
Okay.
That's what the law
already in
is
the law.
already.
So it's
those people
constitutional.
vote and they say, no, not only no, but hell no, we do not want this, then it doesn't.
Kind of
it
like I
doesn't
am the
happen.
development. Okay, thank you,
Okay,
sir.
anyone else regarding number 3? Okay, let me go to the roll call. Commissioner Lewandowski, number
Yes.
3. Yes. Commissioner Fiore,
No.
Commissioner Rossi,
No.
and Vice Mayor was already a no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I am no as well. Okay, moving on to number 4, Article 2, Boards, Committees, and Commissions. Adds that citizen board, committee, and commission members serve at the pleasure of the city commission. Any clarification, comments, specificity, Mr. Lewandowski, and the intent?
Right, so the intent of that was to make sure that the commission had the proper oversight. You know, when we went through and looked at the charter and we looked through some of the other things, it looked like it would be difficult to remove problematic commissioners and, you know, require investigations and all types of things. And we just thought, you know, based upon the nature of the boards, that they should serve at the pleasure of the city commission. And I think that's the sort of language you see many other places.
Mr. Mayor, staff has no comments on this
No
whatsoever.
comment?
Nope.
Okay. Anything, Commissioner Fiore?
No.
No? Commissioner Rossi? Anything? Anything from the constituency in the audience regarding number 4? Hearing none, let's do roll call. Commissioner Lewandowski?
Yay?
What?
Yes.
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 Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Fiore?
So I have a question now.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Certainly.
So, Commissioner, you said that it was to prevent boards from not being able to,
No, it was to, the purpose of it is to, you know, if you're appointed, if the commission appoints you to a position, then, you know, you're acting with the approval of the commission. And if there is an issue, then the commission should be able to vote to remove you. Just as later on, you'll see that the commission can also vote to remove, you know, one of its other members. You know, we could all vote to say, we don't like Jennifer and Jennifer's out. Or Bill, you don't like Bill and Bill's out, let's put it that way. Yeah, let's do it that way. So, I mean, it's really essentially applying that same standard to the commissions.
Real life example of this. So I'm in the Board of Adjustments in my county. I have a term.
Yeah.
When my nomination goes before, there's a term. I think what this is stating very clearly is if there's an issue besides attendance or anything else, an issue of misconduct or investigation, it gives you, the commission, the power to unilaterally remove them prior to that term expiring.
yeah, and that's pretty standard, so yes, I'm good with that one.
And again, not to belabor, the example would have been in 2025 when 3 times my colleagues were presented with advisory board suggestions and it was turned down. It would have been me and my weak mayor system to demand that advisory boards be established, and that would have become a behavioral issue that had to be addressed because it would have disrupted the body of the commission. So doesn't mean that I can't do what I did and keep bringing it up, and liaison positions as well was another example. But I let it die before it disrupted the purpose of the commission body
Yeah, got it.
and my colleagues. So just an example. Okay. Anything else?
Commissioner, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Use myself as an example, sorry, but
Are we still on roll?
on 4.
Okay, that, yes.
Yes.
All right, for Vice Mayor, she is stating, no, I don't like that. We shouldn't be able to just remove people. I prefer that there needs to be a real reason to dismiss someone. Those are her comments.
Okay. Any comments from the constituents in the audience Hearing none, move on. Number 5?
Mr. Mayor, did we record yours?
Yes, I was a yes. Okay, with number 4. Number 5, Article 2, physical impact before commission expenditures requires the city manager before action involving physical expenditure under that section to identify the revenue stream, maintenance costs, and associated costs.
So as I mentioned earlier, it's great practice, but I don't think it belongs to be called out in this section. That's my opinion.
Okay? Commissioner Lewandowski, any specificity or comments regarding?
No, we looked at what's happened in the past, not just here, but in other cities.
Okay.
And even though it's best practice, we wanted to make a very clear statement to
Okay.
everybody who's in charge of governance, that if you want to spend money, you need to say where the source of revenue is coming from, or don't spend it.
Commissioner Rossi, any comments regarding? Okay, and myself, I feel based on this language and what is here, it certainly can be established through standard operating procedures and policy, not through a charter. It just seems to be a redundancy that can be handled through clear policy making and assignment. Vice Mayor, have any comment?
She's queuing it up. While she is, I will say that staff doesn't have any recommendations on this. We're going to comply with this whether it's in the charter or not, because that's the right way to do business.
Standard operating procedure.
So either way, we're perfectly happy to comply with.
Okay.
And as soon as, okay, she says she understands why it's there, but her official consensus is no.
No, okay. And constituents in the audience, any comments before we do a roll call?
Again, I feel that this should be right there. Everything needs to be spelled out. We was there before when y'all know what happened,
Yes, ma'am.
and we could be there someday again.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else regarding number 4? Okay,
Number 5.
well, let me do roll call again, just for consensus.
The
Mr.
one you're doing roll call on is 5.
Is 5, I'm sorry, yes. Commissioner Lewandowski?
Yes?
Okay. Commissioner Fiore, no?
No.
Commissioner Rossi?
No.
No. Vice Mayor was a no, and I am a no as well.
Okay, so the point of order then is that
Yes, sir.
before we move on to the next section.
Yes, sir.
We need to have a consensus on adopting the language that the attorney, in general terms, discussed, which is having a reference back to the state code.
For Article 2.
For Article 2, correct. For Article 2, yes.
I make a motion that for article.
We can't make a motion in
Oh.
workshop. We can have full discussion
Oh,
with the
darn.
inference that,
You can make a full consensus that you'd like to see
consensus.
drafted language before you all as a board.
Okay, that sounds good.
just, yeah. So by consensus, we can have that request of the attorney to do that and present it to our first meeting.
Right.
Okay? Number 6.
Well, we're gonna say yes to that?
You need to do a consensus, like we just did.
Commissioner Lewandowski,
Yes?
Commissioner Fiore,
Yes.
Commissioner Rossi,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey,
And we're waiting on the response.
and mine is yes as well.
Correct, she agrees.
Okay. 5-0 with the
Any comment on that?
detailed language. No, we've just met with consensus in the sake of time. Number 6, new Article 3, elected mayor creates a separately elected mayor elected citywide serving 2-year terms with a voice but no vote, ceremonial and presiding duties, vacancy provisions, and limited emergency direction language.
Mayor, I
Yes,
need
ma'am.
more explanation on the whole thing. I mean, I'm reading
Okay.
it, maybe.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I can, because I operated under a system like this.
Yes, sir.
And again, I think anything that the commission chooses, this is just an ambiguous description. So what this would is, it would have a 5-member commission, but you would have a 6th member of your board, and that member would be an elected mayor at large. They would run. You all would determine through this language that they would be able to have no violation of sunshine because they wouldn't be partaking in any substantive decision And so therefore, they could talk with the 5 members of the commission
Individual.
to discuss different businesses of the city. They could come to each one of you and kind of understand what the direction of the city could potentially go. Some systems, like the system I came from, that mayor had veto power over ordinance. That's a separate discussion. But they could not vote on whether or not anything up or down on whether or not something went in. And that veto power that I mentioned was specific to ordinance. It wasn't resolution. But there's a whole host of ways that you can do that. Some people would say that this is basically what the city manager should be doing, but at the same time, there is a sense in which this is a person that doesn't represent staff perspective, but more of a residential perspective. So there's that balance to look at it too. So I hope I was ambiguous in that explanation for everybody.
That makes sense. I was kind of thinking it was, from what I read, and I immediately thought this would be the duties of the city manager. And to your second comment, where this person is elected, unlike the city manager, well, the citizens elect all of us up here. So I feel like that's just an extra body that's not necessary, I believe, in this situation for Archer. I think we need to rely more on the city manager to do those types of functions, in my opinion.
And Mr. Mayor, the vice mayor has asked a legal question. She'd like to know from the city attorney if that she likes this, but when would this begin? If this passed in November, how would this be instituted in regards to if this process was picked by the commission and approved by the voters?
I think we mentioned that later on in the charter.
I think so
The
as
transition
well.
paragraph.
There is a transition paragraph, that's exactly right, Bill. So, let's see here.
In here somewhere.
Page 5 of 16, election. The regular election of mayor shall be held on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November. The election shall be by majority vote. So I'm assuming if the charter was on the November ballot, this would be the following November. Does the attorney concur with that?
I do.
And the mayor shall be elected for a term of 2 years. Terms may be lengthened or shortened by up to 6 months to accommodate changes in election dates. The first election of the mayor will occur, and back then when this review was done in November of 26, that would potentially be November of 27. And subsequent elections of the mayor shall concur with the election of commission seats 4 and 5 is how it's determined in that section.
To your point, Donald, I don't know how you could constitute a mayor, so that, let's say this gets passed in November of 2026, then you have to have qualifying, you have to have all the things necessary in order to conduct an election for the mayor, which would be a separate election. It says the first election of the mayor will occur in November 2026, but it would have to be 2027.
That coincided with the election we just had, which were seats 4 and 5. So according to this language, it would wait for the 4-year term to end, or potentially if it switched to 2 years, it would wait for Commissioner Rossi and Commissioner Lewandowski's seats to be up for re-election before this, according to this language.
Yeah, so again, this was done a year and a half ago, and we can, and if we agree on this, we can massage that part. Yeah, if we
I don't
agree on
understand
this.
why it would affect the 5 commissioner base and their cycle as it.
It doesn't.
I think the point would be is you have 5 commissioner seats, and then you're bringing on a mayor. So the intention is to make sure the election cycle that seats 1, 2, and 3 are in has 3 people. And I think it's about continuity of government. If you wait till seat 4 and 5 and then you add a mayor, you have an election of 3 people and an election of 3 people. If you don't do it that way, it becomes an election of 4 people and then an election of 2 people. That's how I look at that, of why that was decided on seats 4 and 5.
Okay.
So let me give you the commission's, the Charter Commission's perspective on this. So again, we looked at what happened in the past. We looked at the limitations of the Sunshine Law and the ability of the commission to work as a body together and the restrictions on that. We looked at what was going on in cities that had this form of government, like Newbury, and it seemed to make sense. Again, we tried to take personalities out of it as much as we could, even though we were dealing with, the last 7 city managers. And so you have to kind of look forward on it. So the idea is, number one, is that mayor becomes the ombudsman, the elected ombudsman for the city. I mean, that's the whole idea behind this. That's the guy or gal who is the elected ombudsman, and that's their responsibility. The second thing is it gives them the ability to do coordination as a citizen representative with the other commissioners. The city manager still has his responsibilities. There's a lot of those responsibilities, but this individual is be able to work with colleagues. And right now, the only time we can work as colleagues is either at a workshop or a city commission meeting, and that's it. So that was sort of the logic behind this, and we saw the success that Newbury has with that form of government.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Bailey came with some comments, if that's appropriate.
Okay.
She's stating that she thinks this is okay, but she doesn't think we're ready for this now. It sounds really good, but at this time, she would have a consensus of no.
Okay. Based on that. Okay. Before we go to a roll call on consensus, any comments from the constituency in the audience? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Costello.
I believe for this to happen in Archer, you'd almost have to have like a job description. You shouldn't be able, people shouldn't run if they don't really know the city, know the budget. We've had many commissioners serve that they don't know how to read our city budget. We cannot have a mayor like that, so there would have to be some type of job description that they would have to pass for the city, because then we would just be in trouble again.
Understood. Understood.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. White.
So I'm really adamant about this one. I think the city needs a mayor. An elected mayor by the people. You've sat up there 3 years now?
Second
Who?
year.
Okay, we had a mayor that sat there 4 years because the others didn't feel like I don't want to be the face of Archer. I don't want to be the voice of Archer. I want somebody sitting there that is articulate, that can make us proud. I'm not saying you don't. I'm not saying Vice Mayor Bailey didn't. But I want somebody to be the face of Archer and the voice of Archer that can combine all of you and say what? Jordan Marlowe is a perfect example of a mayor, an elected mayor. And we can have that. But as far as Lori's, we have people that get up there and they don't know how to do a budget. I didn't. It takes you 2 years to learn it. I don't care what anybody says, it takes you 2 years to be a commissioner. You can't get up there in 2 years and be the mayor. My opinion.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Let me exhaust the constituents in the audience, please. Anyone else? Okay, yes, sir, Mr.
Yeah,
Commissioner.
so the other thing is that there's a checks and balances built into this system, to be clear. So the mayor can't vote. That's by design. It helps with the Sunshine Law issue, and it also provides limits on the mayor's power. The other thing is that the commission has the responsibility of monitoring the mayor. So the commission could remove the mayor. Yeah, so the commission could remove the mayor for a cause, just as the commission could remove another commissioner for cause. That removing for cause is not really a change from the current charter. But so that's, and the other thing, and you'll see this as we go forward with the commissioners, is we felt that 4 years was too long. We thought that all the terms should be 2-year terms. And there was a lot of discussion on this, but the logic is that if you have somebody who everybody likes, and they run again, nobody's going to run against them if they really like them. And if there's a problem with an individual, can be voted out. So we just thought 4 years was too long for the city of Archer for any of the elected positions. So that 2-year piece is also built into this.
So number 7, is that what you're talking about?
No, we're still on number 6.
We're still on number 6, but it's you'll see the same language in
Okay.
terms of terms for the commissioners.
Okay.
Yeah, but in this point, it's the mayor, and you don't have to have 2 years.
Okay, let's go to roll call. Commissioner Lewandowski,
Yes?
Commissioner Fiore,
No.
Commissioner Rossi,
No?
Mayor is no as well, and I am a yes, so 3-1 is a no. Number 7, Article 4, Commission Terms and Election Timing. Changes commissioner terms from 4 years to 2 years. Moves regular elections from April to November. Includes transitional term changes for seats 1 through 3 and seats 4 and 5. Commissioner Lewandowski?
Okay, so one thing that's going to have to be cleaned up with this, since we're removing the mayor piece, is that some of the language in terms of Commissioner Pro Temp and all that stuff all that has to be changed. I just want to make sure we're all aware of that. So there's going to be other language that we're not going to discuss that the attorney's going to have to clean up. Okay, so again, let me make sure I'm on a specific item here. So we're speaking specifically about terms and election timing. Again, the argument was we go from 4 years to 2 years. We thought that's important for Archer. I don't have anything else to say on that. And I think we may, as we go through this, we will have to do some massaging of the language for transition.
Okay. Commissioner Fiore, any questions or comments in the details of it?
I don't think we should go to 2 years for points being made, I think, and the city manager's memo here, I do agree with that. Just the learning curve, yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Rossi, anything sticks out or any comments? Okay. Mr. Barber?
None from the vice mayor at this time. So I am passionate about, folks having as much representation. Personally, in my personal opinion, I'm a big fan of term limits. That's another thing that maybe isn't addressed, but something that I would say. So I come at this from a spirit of administrative perspective, and I gave you guys some data. So if you look at page 2 of what I provided for you, I actually wanted to look at other communities. Miami Springs, the city asked voters to change council terms. They were at 2 years, they moved to 4. In Springfield, Florida, they moved from an annual municipal election to a staggered 2-year, and then even changed it again to a 4-year term. In Mineola, a 2023 ordinance placed a charter amendment before voters to go to a 4-year from a 2-year. In Groveland, Florida in 2025, it passed with almost 70% of the vote to go from a 2-year to a 4-year. In Boca Raton in 2023, it went from a 3-year to a 4-year. And in Gainesville, Florida, they went from every other year to serving 4-year terms. And the city of Williston, from my understanding, is in a charter review, and they are also recommending going from 2 years to 4 years. Okay. And the reasons for this is really based on my research from the Florida League of Cities. They work with commissioners and council members and mayors and vice mayors, and they have stated that the learning curve with where government has gone over the past 30, 40 years, it's so hard in so many different vast subjects that by the point of 2 years, you're either making political decisions so that you can start getting running and get ready and run again and make it, or you're learning, and by the point your knowledge gets to the point where it's really of a benefit to the voter, it then turns around and you could potentially not be in office again. So I just took my research from the Florida League of Cities, and this is an initiative that they've been passionate about pushing, and the cities and the trend is actually the opposite direction. So I just wanted to make sure you had that information.
So one of the other reasons behind this is that we wanted to make sure the voters had the ability to change commissioners when we thought it was needed. So and there's also a strong trend within the state of Florida in terms of changing the law for recalling elected officials. So that's another trend. So if you go with a 4-year term, in the state of Florida, it is almost impossible, but not quite, but almost impossible to remove somebody who's not performing. So when you have this 2-year term, at least every 2 years, you've got the opportunity to either let that individual stay in office if they choose to, or to, otherwise, for 4 years, you're stuck with that individual.
And Mr. Commissioner, I agree with you completely. What I'm stating is that from a staff perspective, and that's how I look at these things.
Right.
It makes it very difficult. There are grant cycles that take longer than 2 years.
2 years, yeah.
You know, so going and educating one that voted and being stuck with the decisions of that commission and now being forced to comply with that, and your term is actually enacting the things already passed and committed to by the other board, can sometimes put them in a precarious situation. All I would say is that the term limits is a staff recommendation you guys could look at in the charter. You could look at recall procedures and make those more robust. But from what we're seeing across the board, cities are getting away from this, not because of the reasons you stated, those are great reasons, but because administratively it's bottlenecking some of the things that a city needs to comply with. So that was it.
That's good.
I do have, oh, I'm sorry. I
All right, go ahead.
So, letter D, it talks about moving the meetings from the second Tuesday to the first Tuesday. What was the reason for that?
Which one were you on, I'm sorry?
That one, I'm sorry.
On number 7?
Yeah, we're still on,
Yeah.
D.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what the reason was for that. I was just curious.
It says the first Tuesday, the first Monday? Instead of the
Commission
second?
shall be held on, they changed it from the second to the first Tuesday.
I think because it was aligning, instead of having you guys have a municipal election, it was stating that it would coincide and align with November elections.
Oh,
That's the.
So the November election
Yeah, I
is
was
on a
thinking-
Tuesday.
I was
no, it's not
thinking
the
it
meeting.
was, I thought it was commission meeting.
No,
Sorry,
no,
sorry,
It's
sorry.
election.
Sorry.
Yeah, so the thought behind.
You get a greater
Yeah,
turnout.
Yeah, to answer your question, the greater turnout and less money, because
Gotcha.
you have to have election anyway.
Yes.
Anything else,
No,
Commissioner
thank
Fiore?
you. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any constituency feedback or questions regarding number 7?
Vice Mayor Bailey has stated that, first she asked if we were on 7, I said yes, and then she said that she is yes for number 7. That's her consensus.
Yes, ma'am?
So basically, there's 2 parts to number 7. The 4 years to 2 years, and then moving the regular elections to November. So are y'all going to separate that?
We cannot act on a motion tonight in a workshop. We could
Well, I
consider it for
understand that, but
language.
still, are you going to say yay or nay to 2 different things, or just yay or nay?
The way this is right
to-
now, it's both of these items. And-
Together?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know why we can't, as a consensus, say we want to
A
separate them.
portion of it.
Yeah, I think that's, so I agree with Commissioner Faur. Let's separate the terms from the election piece.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I can, for organization, the commission term will be 7A.
Yeah.
And 7B
Yep.
will be the issue of the election.
Election timing.
Right.
Okay, so do we want by consensus to focus on the election timing of B?
Well, we haven't
And
done,
the
let's do
language?
7A first.
Yeah.
7A is the 2-year versus 4-year term. Let's do that one first.
Okay. Any comments from the constituent, the audience on A? Going to a roll call on 7A, commission terms, 2 years, Commissioner
Yes.
Lewandowski, Commissioner Fiore,
No.
Commissioner Rossi,
No.
and I am no as well. And Vice Mayor was a yes.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if she's clear on that we've split them, so we're in 2 parts.
I'm looking for an answer now from her
Okay,
on the
sorry
split.
to make
But
you this
I believe
scribe.
she was a yes on 7A. If she tells me different, I'll clarify.
Okay. And then on the B part of number 7 was the election timing, moving it from spring to November. Commissioner Lewandowski?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, before you do consensus, we didn't give the public an opportunity on that aspect to
On
comment.
7B, any constituency comment or questions regarding moving it so that you have a higher turnout as the basis for that? from spring to November. Anyone want to speak to that? Not forcing you, just say that's the specificity
It
in that.
also costs less.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Commissioner Lewandowski, 7B.
Yes.
Commissioner Fiore,
Yes.
Commissioner Rossi,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor.
I haven't received.
Okay.
I haven't received a response
That's
yet.
okay.
She is a no on 7B.
7B, okay. And I am a yes on 7B, so that is 4-1.
Mr. Mayor, for points of, we'll move forward with language in that way as staff and legal, but I do want to mention that if it's okay with the commission, I would like to reach out to the supervisor of elections. I know that the cost could be lower, but it is a question also of voting machines. So sometimes I just need to make sure that the SOE's office would be compatible with that. I don't know if that conversation ever occurred during the review.
Why would they have, if you're, don't they have all the ballots, you know, so it would be one ballot, same number of machines, right?
I don't disagree, Commissioner Lewandowski. All I'm
Just wanted
saying
to
is
ask. Yeah,
that
sure.
in my prior role, the county actually asked us not to do that. So this county could be completely different, but I just figure that this would be worthwhile of getting the SOE's office so that when this goes forward to the voters, that we're clear on what the interagency
And the
relationship
purpose
is.
is a larger turnout.
Yes.
There was a big push by our supervisor of election. I don't believe it's our, the current supervisor of election, but the reason we have spring voting is because the supervisor of election was not wanting the municipalities to have their voting on that same date as
Right.
the general election, similar to Levy County.
Right. And that's why I just wanted to bring it up, because sometimes they oppose it, and I just wanted to make sure we don't go down a road that they're going to fight us on.
Yeah, so you'll bring that. So you'll bring that back at the meeting?
Yes, I'll get comments from them and see if they can give us a report on it from their end. Yeah.
Number 8, Article 4, Qualifications and Forfeiture Review adds the mayor to the commission's role as judge of election, qualifications, and forfeiture
So that'd be
grounds.
moved now? That would no longer apply since we voted out the, by consensus, we removed the mayor.
Okay, so that wasn't voted on, so 8 is removed. That's a good thing. All right. Number 9, Article 4, Commission, Physical and Legal Oversight Powers. Adds commission authority to appoint, remove the city clerk, adds physical oversight, restricted fund oversight, audit authority at any time, and a duty to ensure the city manager follows ordinances and laws.
I have a question on this. So
Yes, ma'am.
is the city clerk a charter currently?
No.
So this would make the position a charter?
Yes.
Don't you need to state that prior somewhere?
And job description.
Get down to the language here.
Page 12.
Yeah. It would have been better if you had given us all this stuff before the meeting and not during the meeting.
Commissioner, I'm part-time.
No, I understand.
I'm doing my best.
I
It's a
understand,
workshop.
but, yeah.
All due respect, Commissioner Lewandowski, it's a workshop, so the more information we have, a perfect world, We're still working on having everything on Monday before a meeting the next Monday, so,
I take your comments to heart, I really do.
Okay.
I promise you.
yeah.
It's not flippant to say that, there's only so much time in the day.
So I see the city clerk is addressed in section, I don't know what section,
Section 9,
9.
Section 19.
Okay,
No, I'm sorry. Section 19 and one other section. Section 21.
Okay, so we were just handed a letter, so let me read it before I make my comment real quick. So, in my opinion, I do not believe that the clerk for the city of Archer should be a charter. And then my second to that, if everyone up here disagrees with me and we do this, making it a charter officer, then currently, does that negate the responsibilities of our deputy city clerk? Because those are two, that's not her title. So would this make a conflict with her position if we put this in the charter? For example, I'm not saying this would happen, but those are no longer my duties because that is, I'm not the city clerk, I'm the deputy city clerk. So I just want to make sure we're very clear on that.
Commissioner Fiore, what I would say is that you'd have a choice as a commission that you would either, if you pass this, that you would retain and hire a charter officer. That could be the person in the existing deputy position, or it could be someone from the outside. Either way, you'd have to have a conversation because of employment law, and the attorney can speak on this, that you would most likely, in most cases, keep the deputy city clerk position, and so you'd be creating a new position unless there was a removal of that position from the next budget cycle. So right now, currently, it's budgeted. So this would take place in November. That would be something that you'd also want to discuss during the workshop process, to be sure. If I can go over just briefly, we're a small city. I think if we were the city of Gainesville, or we were the city of Ocala, or the city of Tallahassee, it makes a lot of sense with all the components of public records law and event planning and things of that nature, public disclosures, to have a separate city clerk office. But for as small as Archer is, it seems like it's just creating another avenue, and it may cause some bottleneck in some duties. And I hope that I have not shown the commission that I'm shied away from taking responsibility for things. And I really think that a city manager should take responsibility for the staff. But again, we are here to comply with whatever the commission decides that they want to do.
Okay, so part of the problem is that the whole thing about the city clerk is actually intertwined by, as it would have to be required if you're going to create that position. So let me go over kind of the general thought. So the initial thought is that, like many other cities have, you have the city clerk as a charter officer. And even though we're a small city, those basic core responsibilities don't change. And the vision of this, as we discussed it, is that Deanna would simply, her title would change, and her reporting responsibility would change, but Deanna wouldn't change. You'd have to massage the position, which is what the city clerk does. We can get in trouble for that city clerk not doing those types of things. We also looked into this, and we thought that to address some of the things that the city manager has come out, is that we saw that as a collaborative relationship. So we also saw that essentially the city manager would have to be able to fill in for the city clerk and vice versa. So while the city clerk would directly report to the city commission, and the city manager directly reports to the city commission, we also thought that they should be able to fill in for each other. And if you go back and read the language, because problem is this is all sort of integrated in as part of the entire document.
Right.
So that's sort of the general concept behind it, and it provides that direct oversight into two really important functions: the city clerk functions and the city manager's functions, which are two separate and distinct functions, even though we thought, and we put the language in there, that they need to be able to fill in for each other temporarily.
So I agree that for a larger city, it's a must. Like the city of Gainesville, you have to have it as a charter. I totally agree with that. Here in Archer, you have so few employees that they would not be at an equal level from a city manager. And so you're going to have issues with two charters butting, in my opinion, because you're going to still require that one position to perform other duties that a city clerk may not be technically in charge of. And
The other thing, just to add to that, in the middle of this brief, it talks about audit authority at any time if we have a weak contracted auditing service or one that we do not adjust with improved standard operating procedures, it doesn't matter whether this individual reports to the commission or reports to the management administration, it's failing. So to me, it's a lack of standard operating procedures that creates this problem, as well as a conflict of voice. And as far as conflict also of commission having authority to direct staff. I know if it's a charter position, but you've got two entities to do that with. And even right now, with our unique situation with a deputy city manager, Mr. Martin, part-time, and a part-time city manager, Mr. Barber. The organizational chart, and we didn't even ask you for one, but it's very clear, we may go to Mr. Martin for a standard operating procedure check or whatever, but the authoritative conversation goes to Mr. Barber, and I think Mr. Martin's more comfortable when it's like that, as opposed to going to Mr. Martin and then Mr. Martin being the voice, and this just creates a greater
Yeah.
convoluted
Yeah,
situation.
I don't think we're in a situation right now. I'm not saying in the future, as we grow,
Yeah.
perhaps, but I would have to say no to
Okay.
making the deputy a charter.
But my concern is just that I don't want to have, as a commissioner, be managing staff.
Okay, well, there's two sections in here. I think we need to, again, split this off because it combines a lot of things into this one part. So number 9 should be an A and a B. So A should be city clerk, yes or no? I'm sorry, the city clerk becoming a charter position, yes or no? And then let's vote on, or let's have a consensus on that and have public input. And then we can talk about the financial piece, which is completely separate from the city clerk question.
And just to be clear on the staff recommendation, we had no comments on the financial component. I'm always for that sort of stuff. So I just, the only thing that I wanted to address was the political nature of what a charter officer becomes, just by nature of being responsible to an elected body. And I think we're a little small, but I agree with Mr. Lewandowski. There are two components there.
Okay. Let's divide them up then. 9A, city clerk as a charter position. Let's do a roll call vote. Or any feedback from the constituents in the audience with breaking these up and speaking to the city clerk being a charter position. Anyone from the constituents in the audience regarding that? Any opinion? Hearing none, let's do a roll call to that for consensus. City clerk is a charter. Commissioner
Yes.
Lewandowski,
Yes?
Commissioner Fiore.
No.
Commissioner Rossi,
No.
Vice Mayor.
The vice mayor is a no for the city clerk.
Okay. I am a no as well. So that's 5 nays, 4 nays, 1 approval for that one. And then the B,
Okay, so let's make sure that we're on the same page in terms of what 9B now says. So if you look at page 8 of 16, and we're specifically looking at section 5, general powers and duties. We already discussed subsection C, which is the city clerk, so that's gone. And now we're looking at F, H, I, I'm sorry, it's F, G, H, I, and J. So E says, and this is powers of the city commission, okay? Provide oversight and exercise ultimate authority over the affairs of the city by ensuring that it operates in a physically sound manner, has mechanisms in place to keep it physically sound, and is properly using any restricted funds. So this is saying that this is a specific responsibility of the city commission. Yeah, I should go without saying, but if you look around the state of Florida, there's lots of cities that are failing because city commissions have not done this. And I think if there's anything in the charter that we thought needed to be changed, it's this. It needs to be in there. The next one, we're new G, that's just the renumbering. No change there. Next one is the new H. It says, provide for an audit of the financial accounts of the city on an annual basis at any time the commission deems one is required. So if the commission feels that there's something going on and we need an audit, the commission should specifically have that authority to do that. Needs to be able to call it. We already saw what happens when you don't do that. Down at I, the next one, ensure the city manager is operating the city in accordance with city ordinances and applicable law. Again, we thought it was important to specifically call this out because we saw when that didn't happen. And the last one, this was actually one that Deanna had suggested, is that two or more city commissioner, actually it's been changed. It originally said two or more city commissioners may call the city commission into regular session, but that's been changed to any. And here's the rationale behind it. So if you had gone with the city manager position, the mayor position, the mayor could have done that. The problem you have now is that you can't have two city commissioners talking to each other. It says, hey, we need to have a meeting. And you really can't go through the city manager to do that. Because I can't say, hey, I think we need to have a city meeting.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, that's not a violation of
Is
city.
that not a violation?
You can ask him to
Pull the rest of the
pool it
commission.
Yeah.
for a special
Yeah,
call meeting.
but what
You can
Deanna
do
was,
That's right.
yes, what Deanna was telling us is that was, for her, that was really problematic. Is to be able to get a hold of the, one city commissioner really feels strongly, and for the city manager to get a hold of another city commissioner to make that happen.
So Commissioner Lewandowski, what our policy, both John and I's, would be is that we would get a request from one of you. We would rephrase it in our own fashion, and as a staff member, as an administrator, send out a blind carbon copy to the commission and say, hey, there's a potential that we could have a meeting. A commissioner, or that's all we state, is interested in this subject. Can I get an idea if the rest are? And if they are, then we would communicate if there were a majority of three, that we would then get a schedule of that to occur.
And we've done that.
So in that particular case, would it be for the record that, currently it says two or more?
Well, we would do a consensus. I mean, technically, yes, according to what it says now, yes. But no, the red line is yeah. According to your charter, yes, you'd be able to do it on two.
Okay.
But, and I would follow the charter. But what I'm saying is irregardless, if any one of you come to me and say, I really feel like we need to do something, it's my responsibility to make sure that,
Communicate.
how do the rest feel? And if there's any sense of, yes, that's an urgency, then we do that. And from my understanding, irregardless of how your structure's situated, that it doesn't have to be in the charter because it's Florida law from my understanding, and the attorney can, but like in an emergency situation, I think your appointed mayor by the commission can in fact call a meeting for an emergency. If it's dealing with a state of emergency or anything of that nature. That doesn't have to be in the charter because I think that's implied under the Florida Constitution for emergency management. I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's another reason why we're looking at the mayor position, because that did not seem to be the case.
It may not in your charter, but what I'm saying, I think we should research that. I believe that there's the ability through state statute potentially to do that.
Commissioner Rossi, do you have any input on our discussion of B? Commissioner Fiore, anything else on
Yeah.
B? Yes, ma'am.
On B,
On the B part, that's where we're at. the
Yeah, so
oversight
that's-
and operating
yeah, so
physically
that's-
sound with.
right, I'm trying to speak, so that's F, we're talking now FHI, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
And-
so, okay, this is so hard to read, by the way, this color, I'm like straining up here. So, question, Mayor, for the attorney, similar to when we talked about a full paragraph that itemizes instead of going instead of itemizing, we just do a paragraph. Do you see other charters doing that for this area for commission?
Starts on page 7 of 16, section 5, general powers and duties.
No, I'm saying,
That's part of that whole section. So what you're asking would take A through
oh, I see what
H.
you're saying,
I just want
yeah.
to make sure you guys were aware it was all of it.
Yeah, so I'm just curious if it's captured instead of one by one in other charters. And while he looks, so I totally agree with F, but I don't think it needs to be called out when, I won't fight on it, but to put it in front of, for a vote by the citizens, I feel like that's a policy that should probably already be a known. I get why it's there because all the situations we've been in. Then for G, for the audit, yes, we're required to do an annual audit, and I think that's what the charter's saying, that you're required to do an annual audit.
By state
But for the fact that if we want to do an audit at any time, I think we have the authority currently to say we want to do that. So I don't know, having to put that language in there is necessary to go on a ballot. And I as well, I feel like that is already a known, that we shouldn't have to call that out.
Through
Yes, so-
standard operating procedures and oversight from the commission.
And just law. I think it's already law
Yes,
that
an
they are
annual audit is
required.
required,
Yeah,
And I get.
The problem
yes, ma'am.
is that it wasn't.
yeah. I
Yeah,
agree.
and,
I
and
agree.
not just here, just to be clear.
Right.
Not
That-
just in this
I
city.
just wanted to make
Yeah.
that clear, that that's why I think these things were added.
Yes.
Oh,
Is
agreed.
because they weren't, it wasn't done. But at the same time, that's a legal aspect that
An
didn't handle.
administrator was removed for cause.
But, yeah, and
But then it wasn't looked into any further either.
Right.
correct, so that's, yeah, so
I
that,
think that's where it's coming from.
It is
or
being
whatever.
currently for the record.
no, so, and this is.
No, I mean, it's being looked into. I want to be very clear on that. We're looking into
Yeah.
the financials. I just want to make sure everybody
Yeah.
knows
And this,
that.
this is, yeah, of course, and I think it, we say it a number of times, this has nothing to do with
Right.
you.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but the problem is that it happened. We got burned pretty severely.
Right.
We're talking about refinancing $1.8 million loan, $1.5 million. Okay, so, and it's not just this city. And so I think we felt pretty strongly that we needed to step down, put our foot down for future commissions and future city managers. We're all wonderful people sitting here today. Who knows who's going to be sitting here 5 years from now?
Hopefully wonderful people.
Hopefully wonderful people. But that's why we thought these were important to put in there, to say to future commissions, this is your responsibility, you cannot delegate this.
Okay, I just have one input, and again, from the old school and from, if we had citizenry and other than the very dedicated constituents that we have this evening, it has always been known that the reserve restricted account was not to be touched unless it was voted by the commission. In my tenure here, and again, I'm sorry to use old school, but I'll die soon or whatever, it's one time that I've asked to tap into the reserve for $100,000 to be pulled out of the reserves for infrastructure. It was discussed fully, it was passed the gavel, I wasn't the mayor, so it was motioned, it was discussed further, and it was pulled out. But it was a full disclosure from the commission. From 1 year to the next, the reserve balance could only, it would only grow unless there was a commissioner that got the 3 votes as a majority to reduce that reserve account. That was egregiously,
What does that have to do with this?
because it's a restricted account. I think what I'm trying to say is with specificity, that needs to be in our charter, because we have citizenry thinks that we shouldn't touch that reserve once we've built upon it.
Okay, you're confusing, I'm sorry, Mayor, you're confusing me. So reserve account, your reserve account, first of all, for the record, is a non-interest bearing account. So I don't know how it would ever grow unless you deposited money into it. And-
Exactly.
And I think that's even getting even
And-
more in the weeds by being specific like that.
It's done at the audit time each year, when your audit then discloses that there's a balance that will allow the reserve account to increase or decrease based on that annual audit. And that's when it's disclosed what's in the reserves. And that's what we've tracked year after year.
I'm so confused. You're referring to G?
I don't have that document right in front of me. I'm just speaking,
F.
Okay, so investigate the affairs of the city.
No,
We had a previous
it's right.
city
That
manager that tapped into
Right,
the reserve
oversight
account and
and ex-
depleted it completely. Completely, from a reserve balance of $400,000 to $600,000, and it's still not disclosed where those funds went.
Well, I mean, let me be clear. So I think if there's an understanding of where most of the funds went. I think what we're going to say is that when votes came up, there wasn't a clarity given to the commission so far from what I'm seeing.
For an order action.
You know, for
motion
you
to
guys, let's
approve.
say, voted on some services and it wasn't relayed to you exactly where those,
done.
that funding was coming from. So the money is accounted for, it just it shouldn't have been spent out of that because
It wasn't physically
according to
found.
your audit, you should mandate that you have so much expenses set aside.
Yeah.
So I don't want to give them the impression that we lost $400,000.
No, yeah. The other thing I wanted to be clear about is that in sitting there in the audience and watching what's going on at the commission, there's some things that the commissioners need to be told they have to do. And the one example comes up is the investigate the affairs of the city. Because there's been a number of times where there's been a question on whether a city manager, whether a city commissioner or the city commission should be investigating something. And, you know, you're great as a city manager, you're not an issue. Former city managers got their dander up because somebody looked at them the wrong way. And so, you know, but it's one of those things where you're an elected official, if there's something wrong, you need to be able to look into it.
Yeah, and Commissioner, I don't disagree at all.
yeah.
I would say that the fact that the questions have to be asked means that there's a communication failure.
Correct.
And it's going to be our goal moving forward that you guys don't have to ask those questions because it's just apparent what balances and what funds are there and where they've been placed.
So, Mr. Mayor, what I would recommend is we can go through, so it would be the F, provide oversight, and then going down H, about the audit, and then I, about ensuring the city manager is operating, and then 8, the new J, which is, new J, which is whether or not any commissioner may call the city commission to regular session. So why don't we just go through each one of those, instead of trying to do it as a group?
Okay, right, okay, and this is just coming at it from a different angle. All those things you just, of evaluating their performance on a periodic basis, on a periodic basis. And we even had Mr. Hammond on a probationary evaluation that was less than a year.
Well, that's a
which
little
was
bit,
with-
that's a little bit
Give them
different from what's,
raises.
yeah, that's a little bit different from this. So this is
How?
calling out, this is the title of this section is General Powers and Duties, and it's of the City Commission.
Yeah.
So what we're describing is, you know, these are what are at the minimum, the general powers and duties. You know, adopt all resolutions, adopt budgets, all that good stuff. And then we get down to the points we're discussing that were added in there about one of the general duties of the commission is to provide oversight and exercise ultimate authority over the affairs of the city. Being able to provide an audit when one's needed. Ensuring the city manager, these are describing the general powers and duties of the commission. That's what this is. It's not the SOP part. The SOP part is derived from this. This is saying these are the powers of the commission and responsibilities of the commission. That's what we're describing here. The SOP stuff flow from that.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Bailey is, she's stating that these are these things that should always be done. She mentioned that if anyone needed to reach out for a special emergency meeting, we all check our calendars and that can be done through the city manager. She's talked about her internet's been unstable for a couple of things because it's been buffering because of the rain. But so far from what she's heard, the changes on 9B and 9A, she was a no on.
Okay.
She just said, I think those things already happen, or I think those already are things that go on.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead.
will you finish, Commissioner Lewandowski? with your
Yeah, but
specificity?
so I just think that we should divide each one of those sections up as we.
We're still in A and B, but with B, any more specificity? No? Okay, yes, sir, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, first of all, it's awkward to come up here, and I know Mr. Barber, and we do talk a lot about, he asks me questions, I ask him questions, that kind of thing, but, so it is a little bit awkward position for me to come up here and say this, but I feel like y'all hired me and allowed him to hire me for part of my experience as well. Just to give people some, a little bit, I served both on the Charter Review Commission for the city of Hawthorne as a citizen, and the way they had it set up, I was the elected official that was on it there. I also was appointed by the county commission to serve on the Charter Review Commission for the entire county about 20 years ago. So I say all that to say that I've been down this road once or twice, and of course been where you guys are and here now. While I don't necessarily disagree with the points of any of the stuff that's made here, I want to make I guess what I would say is a simple point. Call in a special meeting, an emergency meeting. I agree with what Mr. Lewandowski said. It can be complicated from the sense of the sunshine. I get that, absolutely. But here's where I see things maybe different, or maybe I want to give you a different perspective. And I think it gets at the core of all of these other issues. If I were sitting where you are on the commission, and I called up Mr. Barber as the city manager, and I was Mr. Lewandowski, I take the names out of it, and I called up Mr. Barber and said, look, I have found this, or I suspect this, or here's something that just came on my radar screen. We really need to have an emergency meeting. And I know in the sunshine, and I talked to him and maybe disclosed what I thought was happening or whatever, and he or whoever's in that position did not call the mayor or another commissioner immediately and tell them that one of the commissioners has contacted me and blah, 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 and I agree we need to at least consider or call an emergency meeting. And they didn't make that call to one ago. At the very next meeting, if I were on the commissioner that made that call, and I questioned that city manager, and he said, well, I just didn't think it was necessary, I would make a motion at that moment to terminate that person. Because to me, they would not be doing their job as a city manager.
They're acting as a sixth commissioner.
Correct, and that's why I'm hesitant to even come up here, because I don't want to be that kind of guy.
Right.
You know, but to me, it gets at the core of, like, for instance, I had to call when I was mayor, an emergency meeting, because I discovered what turned out to be that the current city manager at that time was stealing from us. And I know how personal it gets, because on that commission was her grandmother. Okay? And one of the hardest jobs I ever had was calling her into my office, or into the office, and telling her why I called that special meeting. Yeah, I know how personal it gets in a small town. All I'm trying to say is a lot of what you're trying to do is admirable for solving the problem. But the bottom line is a city manager needs to do their job, period. And y'all's job, beyond everything, is to make sure that that city manager is doing their job. It's not any one individual's responsibility. It's all of y'all's collectively and individually.
Giving direction.
Correct. Yeah. So to me, a lot of what has happened here, and it's happened to other places, like I said, I just dealt with some of that when I was many years ago, and it's hard, is that you're not going to get a citizenry to elect people better than they are, and vice versa. So I'm not trying to give you direction as to what to do. I'm just trying to share my experience. At the end of the day, you guys have to decide who the city manager is. And when that person is not doing their job, you got to make a case that they need to be terminated, evaluated. Each person has to step up. And in the role that, if I was playing the role of Mr. Barber, it might be my job to bring to you the good, the bad, and the ugly of what's happening, put it out on the table, and let you make that decision. To me, for instance, a lot of these financial things, and I'll shut up with this, if you're doing the budget, I'm not trying to tell you what to spend the money on. That's up to you. But if you're doing the budget correctly and it goes correctly, that is the blueprint for how that money is spent. Any variation out of that,
That's your dashboard.
you'd have to call, like I had to call as a city manager in Hawthorne when I was over there not too long ago, about 3 years ago now, when I did this. We had a situation where a lift station went out and the pump died, and literally, if we didn't replace that pump or do something about it, it was going to flood an entire neighborhood with raw sewage. So I, as city manager, called an emergency special meeting of the council. I also, under the discretion I had, got the pump trucks to come in. But I wasn't gonna authorize spending $20,000 or $30,000 on this new pump system, but it had to be done. But I put in place, if they had taken time to make that decision, to make sure that that neighborhood didn't get flooded. And I called the mayor and they called a special meeting. And it ended up, they, spent emergency and got the pumps in there and did it. Now, I didn't have the authority to authorize that $20,000 expense, but I did have the authority to come to the mayor at that time and tell him. So if everybody is doing their job, then things may not always run the way everybody wants them to, but they'll be pretty smooth. What's happening is, from my opinion, and I'll shut up, I swear, is that each side is worrying about the other person's job and not necessarily what they're supposed to do.
How to move it forward.
Yeah, and again, just to be clear.
That's all I'm trying to say.
This is
I wanna help.
this is the general powers and duties of the city commission. That's.
But they all, I'll be quiet,
Okay.
but they already have all of that.
Okay, again, in the charter, we're in the part of the charter that is supposed to define, section 5, general powers and duties of the city commission. That's what at this point, that's all we're discussing.
Right, but what I'm saying, and I'll be quiet, I swear, is that I used a simple example of calling a special meeting. Yes, it says that two have to do it, but if you can't call the city manager and have that city manager then poll the commission to call a meeting, you need to get rid of that city manager. That's what I'm saying.
exactly.
The problem is not the duties of the commission, is that you should can that city manager.
You take
That's just
action.
the way I look at it, but I'll be
All
quiet.
right, thank you.
So if we roll call on these, can I ask a couple more questions about F?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay,
We're
so-
on B. We're on B.
Right, we're
9B.
on 9BF.
9B.
So,
There's actually a change on C on the first page, so if you're gonna do this in order, you should look at, page 7 of 16.
we already voted on
I
that.
know, but I'm saying for procedurally, you're on section 5, you're gonna go one by one. So just for the record, we're removing,
Yeah,
C.
we did, that was
We already had a
A,
consensus.
that was 9A.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that one was a no by
Got it.
consensus, yeah.
Right.
So now we want to do all the remaining ones, which is section B now, but I'm going to F. So
Right.
section B, F. So it states has mechanisms in place to keep it fiscally I can't even see this.
Okay, yeah, it's,
sound.
Provide
So-
oversight and exercise ultimate authority over the affairs of the city by ensuring that it operates in a physically sound manner, has mechanisms in place to keep it physically sound, and is properly using any restricted funds.
Okay, so those last two sections, to keep mechanism in place, like what? What is your commission gonna have? And then the second part of it, we can't just reference restricted funds. So in accounting, there's restricted, non-restricted, blah, blah, blah. So we should probably change it to all funds if we're gonna pass something like that.
Okay, what would be your recommendation?
Well, if we were gonna vote on this to actually call this out, which I still think this is more of a policy, properly using any funds for that part, or all funds, and then I don't know what you're referring to as mechanisms in place to keep it fiscally sound. I mean, so I think about a city manager would have the budget software as a mechanism to make sure everything's physically, yeah. So I just don't know what that is gonna
So,
be.
yeah, okay, so again, viewing it from the 1,000-foot level, which is what this particular section is. It's not down in the weeds, it's a 1,000-foot level, or 10,000-foot level. And what it's calling is, okay, city commission, this is, in terms of the finances, these are your general duties and responsibilities. You have ultimate authority over the affairs of the city, okay? We're ensuring it operates in a fiscally sound manager. We have to make sure there's mechanisms in place. We're not defining what those mechanisms are. Some of them are actually talked about a little bit more in other
Okay, well,
areas.
that's probably the wording then.
Yeah.
Make sure mechanisms are in place to,
Keep it physically sound.
yeah, make
Right.
sure,
We can say make sure, and we'd use the word it has mechanisms, but it's,
yeah. Okay.
On this point greater, I mean, you guys were talking about that idea of making sure that the commissioners who are elected, who are standing for office, have a charter understand that that's a key essential component of their duty.
Correct.
You've also addressed that in suggested change number 20 under Article 5 for a training requirement, which requires the city manager to provide comprehensive introductory training for new commissioners and new board members.
This is repetitive.
So that seems repetitive.
well, again, one is defining the general duties and responsibilities of the city commission. The other one is directing the city manager to provide training. And the reason that, without jumping too far ahead, one of the reasons that we put that in there is because several of the commissioners who have stepped down told us that they received a blank notebook as their training. So we thought the city manager is the appropriate person to coordinate for that level, for that training.
Yeah.
So again, one is defining the responsibilities, the other one, in terms of what the commission's responsible for. The other part is actually something different, so they're not doing the same thing.
Well, I understand, and I again, I have no dog in this fight because things are going to be done the right way regardless. And so, anything compelling me to do more, I'm okay with. Anything that you guys compel upon yourselves, perfectly fine. All I will state is that, to Mr. Martin's point, that is the job of the commission. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's stated in there or not. And to the attorney's start of the meeting, when we talk about conciseness and an overview perspective of what a charter is, I just want to bear down on the fact that, I mean, that should be an assumed understanding that the fiscal component is the number one key component of a commissioner's role.
You know the whole unpolite thing about assumptions, right?
Oh, absolutely. It makes an ass of me, and
Yeah.
it probably did just now. But I mean, the point is fair though, in that, I mean, it is the very fact, I believe, why some of you are on the dais tonight, is that there was a fiscal component that the residents wanted to see happen, and it precipitated a change.
Correct.
And I think that that's a given to that effect.
That's why we're public servants to the citizenry. Okay, we beat this horse to death, so unless the constituency has anything else on 9B, make it brief, please, because we have 20
Okay,
more
so,
to go.
the commission's, duties needs to be spelled out in detail. Should have, it does. As a citizen, if somebody's not doing their job, I can say, hey, read the charter. Commissions need to know the charter. So that's where their job duties need to be spelled out at.
20 and training
And we
comes
had
into.
2 commissioners come to our meetings, and they agreed on this here. Anyhow.
Anyone else? Okay, let's go to a consensus roll call.
Remember, we're only doing F. Because we're doing them all separate.
We're 9B. 9,
Yes, but to Commissioner Fiore's point, you're taking them, so the first one is a consensus on F, then on the relabeling of G, if you add an F, and then if you add F and G, then you would then go to H, and then I, and then J. So I think you guys are just looking for a roll consensus.
Yeah, I think the problem is the mayor's not looking at the, he's not looking at the
the
changes.
detailed
The
document.
detailed document,
Oh, there's one up here.
yeah.
I'll show you.
So we're going to do a roll call on 7 components of the B section. Is that what I just heard?
Yeah,
Yes, you did.
yeah. Nobody
Okay,
do
in the
that.
sake of it's 5 till 9, if we continue with this, we will have to continue a workshop, period.
Got it.
Oh, I think we started off saying we weren't gonna rush through it, so.
I understand that, but we're also on a deadline to the supervisor elections. So in doubt, I'm sorry, I'm just going back to we have every year to update the charter review. So based on the fact, what I heard and what I see in 20 is the training to the commissioners, and I hear constituents in the audience saying how important that is to clearly have training and an understanding of what the responsibilities are. It takes out all of these, and it's basically the oversight and ensuring that the city or the municipality operates physically sound with all those components.
Well, I think a lot of these other ones, we're gonna be able to go through quickly because we already said no to the clerk and no to the mayor thing, so I think we can speed it up, but we're talking too much
Okay,
already
and I'm not
here.
fussing at anybody, I'm just saying we're taking and dividing these into multiple facets. And so we're gonna make a choice to continue a workshop and not meet the supervisor of election deadline to ensure we have something to present to the referendum in November. So, we will do this one on all the components that you want. 9F.
Yeah, good luck seeing it.
I'm following. 9F. Provide oversight and exercise ultimate authority over the affairs of the city by ensuring that it operates in a physically sound manner, has mechanisms in place to keep it physically sound, and is properly using any restricted funds. Roll call, Mr. Lewandowski.
Yes?
Yes, but with the word smithing before this goes, because remember, we said, I'm not trying to be funny, but we said, all funds, you can't just say restricted funds. And so,
Absolutely.
yes, I'll say yes to it, okay.
I concur with that.
Yes.
The vice mayor is a no.
1 is required.
Yes?
No, because I think we can already do that.
It's already given. We already have that authority. I'm sorry, I'm a no as well.
No.
The vice mayor is no.
Next, ensure that the city manager is operating the city in accordance with city ordinances and applicable laws. That's I.
Yes?
No, because I think that's already in his review.
I'm gonna go with no because I feel that's already in his job description.
And through the evaluation process, I'm sorry to add to it, but that's the point I was making with, if we do our due diligence and a periodic evaluation, we have the full authority to have that
Okay.
person act. So my vote is no. Vice Mayor?
She's a no. And to be clear, she didn't vote on each one. She made it clear. I'll read it completely. I think those things are already in place. No on all of 9. So I just want to put that in for the record,
All
so
right.
that nobody questions that.
I'm just trying to appease the cub bears in the room, so. I'm
We're
including
just
myself.
following procedure.
Yes, ma'am.
Of what we stated was
Yeah,
gonna
I mean
happen.
nothing by that. So.
Okay.
And this is what a workshop is all
Okay, we're
about.
on H.
Is that H? I, J? That's
So I wouldn't be it, so it would remain,
city commissioner may
H.
call the city commissioner.
no, it would remain
into
I.
Regular or special session. It's striking 2 or more. So any city
Correct.
commissioner.
Correct.
Correct.
May call the city commission into regular or special session.
Correct. Yes.
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 The vice mayor's no.
And I'm a no as well. It's worked like it has, so I don't think that needed to be.
Now, let me ask a brief question on that. Just out of curiosity, any city commissioner may call the city commission into regular or special session. The only question I have on that is if let's say 2 call it or 1 calls it and they all show up, I mean, we can understand that there could potentially be a non-quorum. Correct? Because you can't mandate other commissioners show up for a quorum. I just want to make sure we clarify that for legal. Like, so when you say that 1 has the power to call it, yes, 1 can be called, a date can be set by the city manager, But if the other commissioners don't show up, there's nothing to mandate that from being a meeting. I just want, for the sake of the residents, I don't want them thinking that, well, Commissioner Rossi called a meeting and
has
the
an
others
issue
didn't
and
show
can
up,
come
and now
and
there's been a
act.
violation of the charter.
Right.
So I want to clarify
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And that's why it's been 2 and then a majority to call the meeting.
But even then, you can't compel members to show up and create a quorum. I just want to make sure that that part isn't a change.
That's why it takes 2 1/3 to make the quorum if they agree. If you're polling out of 5,
I get, Mayor,
First
what
and
I'm saying
second.
is, but still, you don't have to have 3 show up. This is not a compelling clause. I
No.
want to clarify on that,
No.
that's all.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not a compelling clause.
so are you saying it doesn't take a quorum?
No, sir. What I'm saying
For
is you
special
can't ever
meeting?
force a member to show up at a meeting. And so how a resident could read this is that you're in violation of the charter if you didn't show up to a meeting that was
To a
duly
special
called.
call meeting.
Correct. And there is no violation of your charter if you don't show
So
up.
when I read it,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
current way, if I was just to pick this up and read it, it would say that 2 of us would have to say we want to have a meeting and
then
request it.
And poll the other 3 and you.
And I understand that if any of us today were to pick up the phone and call you, you would make sure that you polled everyone. I understand all that. But when I read it the current way, it's like I had to request it and then he had to request it for it to happen. And this way, saying the word any, if
And that's how I read it too. But to an untrained person, to an average person, it could potentially read that in the charter, right now currently, if 2 of you call a meeting and the others don't show up, they're in violation of the charter. I'm just talking about the compelling component of it. A meeting doesn't have to occur if 3 of the members decided we're not showing up. You don't have a quorum. But no one's committed a violation of the charter.
Yeah.
That's all I was trying to
It would happen
clarify.
at a regular meeting too.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
yeah.
And that has happened here. That's why it's 2, not 1.
All right, let's move on,
Yeah.
please.
Okay.
All right. Next one. So we are on
10.
calling meetings.
So H is a yes for 9B.
Okay, so we actually addressed that.
Yeah, we did 10. 10's addressed.
10's addressed, okay. 10's addressed, 11 it no longer applies because that was when you had a mayor. So now we're on 12.
Article 4, meeting schedule, working and workshop authority sets regular meetings on the 2nd and 4th Mondays, changes default time from 7 to 6 p.m. and allows a regular meeting to be changed to workshop format with public notice.
Yeah, so let me, if I can, let me kick off the rationale behind that. So there's a couple of things. One is that it was the impression of citizens that people who are working, both citizens and commissioners, were having a hard time making it on time for 6. So that was why that was brought in there. And we had a lot of discussion back and forth whether that was a good idea or not, but that was what we came to as a consensus. The other part was the 2 meetings a month, and that was a concern because of the length that the meetings were going on. And if you look at the wording, it was saying that we'd have 2 meetings with an option to have one of those, that the second meeting to become a workshop. So after thinking about this a lot over the last couple of weeks, my thought would be, and I discussed this with Mr. Barber this morning, is that for me, the 7 to 6, changing from 6 to 7 is fine for me, but we can all discuss that. The part about having the 2 meetings a month, what I would suggest on the wording of this, we change it a little bit, and we stay with the 1 regular meeting a month, and the language in terms of how many meetings you can miss only apply to regular meetings, so that's cool. And then the second meeting would be considered a workshop. So the workshops were not necessarily, you wouldn't be dinged if you missed a workshop. But the workshop, as of right now, is the only, or the regular meeting, is the only time we can get together and we can discuss things. And so, if we're meeting we're meeting in June, and we say, hey, there's really nothing for us to discuss, we could cancel that workshop meeting, but it would be on everybody's schedule that we would have that workshop. As opposed to having 2 regular meetings a month, it would be, the first meeting would be a regular meeting, and the second one would be a workshop, especially now that we don't have this mayor who can go do things. So the only time we can talk as a group is 2 times a month. And hopefully that would also shorten the amount of times at meetings.
So I got the most
That was the
rapid,
rationale.
I'm sorry, I got the most rapid response from the vice mayor on this one. So,
I'm not surprised.
What is-
so hers is nope, no, no, no.
Okay.
And she says, no, sir, at $250 a month, and as late as we are on all of these meetings, nope.
Okay.
So-
Before we go to roll call, any comments from the constituency regarding this?
It is.
I think that's a huge problem when you're not having two meetings. I mean,
Okay.
over the last couple of years, you can see how bad we need two meetings. We wouldn't go on till 11 o'clock at night if we had two meetings. There's
Okay.
too much to take care of not to. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Rhonda Robertson, so now I see why some of the commissioners are here. Must be for money. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else from the audience? No? Yes? Yes, sir.
One meeting, two meetings. Our problem is everybody continues to talk and beat subjects to death before we can get on to the next topic.
Yes, sir.
It takes too long to get through anything. You could probably get through more meetings if there was a concern about going on that topic, following through, and then saying, okay, that's it, let's go on with this.
Yes, sir.
Unless it's really, something comes up that you really got to hammer. But we take way too long and too much discussion just outside the realm of what needs to be talked
Yes, sir.
about.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to a roll call on this one.
I'd like to break this up between the time, because there's two different things here, that there's the meeting time. And
What does the
whether-
charter say now? 7 o'clock? I mean, why did that come up?
Yeah, the charter right now actually says,
I couldn't find it.
You're changing. it.
yeah, it actually says 6.
It says 6. The charter does now.
The charter says 6,
Correct?
and yes, the charter
And
says
you wanna
6.
change it to 7?
Correct.
So if I could, on this, has the commission considered that they just give language that imbues the current commission to determine the time instead of assigning it a hard, fast number?
Charter,
Through daylight savings or something else? I mean, why don't you just, as a general statement, imbue that you, the commission, will determine what the times are, and then you instruct the staff, and that's the time we'll set the agenda
As long
up
as it's
for.
posted correctly. We've had meetings that were at 6:30.
Well, for example, like an example where we would have an issue with that. What happens if you guys have a joint meeting with the county commission, right?
And we-
Right now, you're in technical violation of your charter because their meeting starts at 6 and you all aren't starting till close to 7, right? So
Junior
I'm just
City
saying,
Council the same
this is
way.
one of those cases where you all can determine that at any given time. And if you think 7's perfect, hey, we're game for that. But I think that's,
Yeah, actually, okay, so, yeah, looking at the thing, so it originally said 7 o'clock. I'm sorry, we got it backwards.
okay.
It originally said 7 o'clock.
So we're in violation of the charter.
Yeah, but then the down in C, it says the city commission shall establish rules to govern this meeting, provide such rules will not conflict, so it already says that the city can change the
Change
times.
the time.
Yeah.
So do we want to just remove 7 and leave the lower clause?
Well, let me read that whole section, so we're all clear.
Yeah.
So section A, regular meetings of the city commission shall be held on the second, and we've added the fourth Monday of each month, at a regular time which may be determined by the city commission by resolution. Then it says, in the absence of a resolution, the time shall be, and it says 7 in the original, and we changed it to 6 because that's when it's been meeting. Upon provided regular notice, a regular meeting may be rescheduled or canceled by the city commission or may be changed to a workshop format. So, so essentially what it says is unless the city change, we can leave it the way the wording is now. We have been meeting at 6 already. That seems to have been problematic because people are having a hard time showing up by 6. But regardless, if we want to keep it at 6, then it's essentially doing everything we're doing right now in terms of the meeting
But
time.
it's mandating that we have a workshop in lieu of a second
That's
meeting.
right. So
And
that's
it may
the
not
second.
be that much to require that kind of staffing and that kind of
responsibility on our
That,
part.
correct, that's the second
I
part.
mean, it is now, and I fully understand that, but this is in charter. We're talking, and we already have the autonomy to make those changes now. We do it now. We have a regular meeting, and if there's something that we have to hit a deadline the next 6 weeks, we have a workshop so that we're prepared to make action the next meeting. We're being that flexible now.
Vice Mayor Bailey stated that she's not there for the money, but I'm not willing to be in a long meeting twice a month, and that, yes, she agreed with Mr. Kasicki that the meetings are being discussed too much. Even when we had 2 meetings a month, we were still getting out late. And so she didn't agree with the statement that going to 2 meetings will somehow shorten the meeting. That's her comments.
So Commissioner recommend to have this into consensus. So are we agreeing with the 6 o'clock? I'm gonna do a roll on that or no?
Yeah, let's do that as the A to correct the time, because we're doing 6 o'clock, and it needs to state that, if that's acceptable to everyone. Roll call. 12A is 6 PM. Mr. Commissioner Lewandowski?
Yes.
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 Aaron Fiore is a yes.
Yes, for 6 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
I'm waiting for the Vice Mayor. Yes, 6 o'clock for the Vice Mayor, yes.
Okay. And I'm a yes as well with that, because we're already doing that. And then the B component would be to have a regular meeting or 2 regular meetings, 1 change to a workshop if required. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, 12B, Commissioner
Ye-
Lewandowski.
Yes.
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 Waiting for a response. Vice Mayor Bailey is no.
No. And I'm a yes as well. With the contingency, it can be turned to a workshop if necessary.
Now, the question is, so this
Or
is
not
gonna
had
be,
at all.
this is gonna be a standard meeting by charter. So, because I want to be clear on the language when we bring this back to you all. So
Or
we want
action
this
by
to
the
be a
commission in the
standard meeting in the charter. It's just assume there'll be a second. But it will be up to you guys in the first meeting, each meeting,
To determine.
to have an item agenda of whether or not it turns to a workshop or whether it is canceled.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure for language purposes that we were clear
And
on
we're
that.
okay with that autonomy, that we can do
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, you're adjusting your B to that language, so that's in there.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. So we have 4-1 with the mayor voting, the vice mayor motioning nay. 13, parliamentary procedures adds Robert's Rule of Order as the default reference unless amended or suspended by majority vote, with the city attorney serving as parliamentarian.
So on this, isn't that already Florida law? That it's Robert's rule?
It's Robert's Rule, that component of it. The parliamentarian is me as the acting mayor.
All the cities I represent, we follow Robert's rules.
But that's not outlined anywhere?
Typically, it's in our rules of procedure.
Okay.
Our commission rules of procedure for conducting all meetings.
What about the parliamentarian, Mr. Walker?
It varies between the chair, or sometimes it's designated as
If
me.
it's a contentious meeting, I can ask you to be parliamentarian for the remainder of the meeting. I mean, that autonomy to be able to do that based on, not just me, I'm saying whoever the mayoral person that's facilitating the meeting.
Well, let's separate this out. So the parliamentarian does not run the meeting. You do. The parliamentarian makes a ruling on a point of order. So the assumption is that the attorney has read Robert's Rules of Order, I have, by the way, has read Robert's Rules of Order, and is current on that. And if there is a debate amongst the folks here.
Any one of us can call point of order.
No, I'm saying, yeah, no, but if there's.
He means the ruling on it, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. So in other words, if I can't think of one, but if somebody comes up with a point of order and has an argument on a specific.
I'll give one,
Robert's
just briefly to help you out.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Lewandowski, just for the sake of the example, gives a point of order and contests the procedure of a vote.
There you go.
and another member says, no, we voted on it, it's settled. That case goes to the parliamentarian for them to make a final reading of, no, that was inappropriate, and I agree with that for these reasons, and so the vote is void, or no, the vote was legitimate and done in a lawful manner. And that settles the debate further. You've implemented a parliamentarian.
And by default, that's what we've done, as you, not just you, Mr. Walker, but that's why we have the attorney sitting up here.
I'm just explaining, I think, the example.
And Mr. Lewandowski, Commissioner Lewandowski, we've had that happen here, and we've deferred by default to the acting attorney to get it.
Yeah, so that has happened, that has generally speaking happened, so I agree with that, but again, this is the part of the charter that discusses procedure, and to make it crystal clear so there's no confusion or anything in regards to Robert's Rules of Order and its relationship to how we do business, we're saying Robert's Rules of Order is the default. By the way, our charter also says that we're supposed to have a copy of Robert's Rules of Order. That's another issue. But it also says if there's any debate, we have a disinterested lawyer who makes the call. And it's simple, no one debates it, it's in the charter, good to go.
Yeah, and Commissioner Lewandowski, I just want to make sure we caveat that no disagreement on any of that. But it does put the city, I think the city attorney should have some input here, because it does put them in a position where they're hired and they're a charter officer under the 5 members. And it's very similar to me. It's a very precarious situation to be put in where you're navigating between which commissioner you're going to officially agree with and which one you're not. So, I just want to make sure that he has an opportunity to answer that before you guys make a final
That attorney is
consensus.
almost acting like a 6th commissioner, and we've had
To a
that
degree,
problem
it can
in the
happen
past.
possibly, but.
This before we had Foles and Walker, but in the very long past, we had attorneys acting like a 6th commissioner. So, with the intent to be parliamentarian, but it becomes, if you understand what it can become.
What I generally do, Mr. Mayor, is research while I'm here, Robert rules, so that I'm on firm ground, and then
You can facilitate.
advise.
Yeah, advise. Okay, let's go to a roll call. Any constituency feedback regarding that? And something I think we already do, but, okay. Let's go to a roll call. Number 13, Commissioner Lewandowski.
Yes?
Commissioner Fiore. I can
There's
defer.
parts of it that I'm
Yeah.
okay with, like I'm okay with saying Robert's Rules, but
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna say no to it this go around.
Okay, you can come, I can come back. Commissioner Rossi?
I'm gonna go with a no.
No? Okay.
Vice Mayor
Mayor.
Bailey is a yes. She says because we're already doing that, so.
But if we're already doing it, it would be a no.
No.
I'm just reading her comments
Right.
exactly as they go through.
It's essentially not changing policy, it's formalizing what is currently being done.
She may clarify here in a minute, to your point,
And
Commissioner
I am a
Rossi.
no
Okay.
for that reason, because we're already doing it. Except I can't find the little book that's always been here for years. There's a Robert's Rule of Order book.
Well, I don't mean to keep going on it, but
Yes,
is
ma'am.
there, in the attorney's contract, does it state anything about this? That they're required to do any of this?
I don't think it does.
No?
I don't think so. It is almost like by default is how it happens, generally speaking.
And I get Commissioner's point, we may be doing it, but it's not spelled out, I guess, in
And
the
I don't mean
procedure.
to pinpoint to Mr. Walker, but I know Danielle Adams has done it. Ms. Ballou has done it, where they're referencing something and then they will turn their light on and speak to it to try to facilitate whatever confusion there may be, and that's, I think,
Yeah.
the role of the attorneys.
I will say that when Danielle was here advising us, she thanked me afterwards that we put this in here.
Okay, no, and I'm not
And
fighting
smiled
that,
very
Mr.
broadly.
I do want to, the question has come up from a resident, which I think is a really good question, because I didn't even think about this, but the question is, the understanding is traditionally the parliamentarian also has the authority to remove a citizen showing their, and they said their backside. But, so I wanted to clarify that, because if parliamentary powers are given, are we under the understanding that that's the the caveat of it, that they're also
And we already
responsible
do
for
that
removing.
too.
Yeah,
so
well, we've never had to
it's-
call a meeting, but I have actually had to call a recess to calm the aura. And we also,
And
prior to this commission, we had a city manager who had an officer sitting in the back.
yeah, I hope we don't have to ever be there.
Yeah,
No, and
Yeah.
I didn't think it was needed when it was done. It just causes tension, but
So
yes,
the language addresses that. It says the city attorney shall serve as the parliamentarian by advising on proper procedure when necessary.
Got it.
Okay, so it's not the parliamentarian that you see in Congress.
Right, no, I understand, that's why the resident wanted to clarify, that's a former commissioner.
Yeah.
But, for the public record, it was Miss Joni White. But now the vice mayor has clarified, so she said, I answered and then I reread and saw what we were already doing it. I don't think it needs to go on the ballot, so we want to change hers to a no.
one to a no. Okay.
So, just wanted to clarify.
All right, and you're still okay with your
Well,
vote?
no, because I-
It's okay.
I'm gonna say that we should include it because
Okay.
I know we're already doing it, but to Commissioner's point, it's a procedure.
Okay,
So-
the roll call is done, 3 noes and 2 yeses. Okay, moving on, 14, Article 4, attendance and forfeiture changes the absence standard from 3 consecutive regular meetings in a 3-month period to 3 regular meetings in a calendar year without excuse.
Yeah, so the key part of there is without excuse, so we want to make that clear. We had a commission, this is a while back, we had a commissioner who was acting as a commissioner who missed the meetings, who was not even living here anymore. He was kind of technically living here, not living here, he was in the process of moving to another state. So, we thought it was to avoid something like that happening. It's a weird thing, but it can happen. And to avoid any kind of issue in the future, we suggested that change. And of course, it's excused absence and it's regular meetings. So it doesn't really change what we're doing right now, but it also gives us the power that if we have something strange happening with a commissioner in the future, the commission can say, it's a problem.
You're outside the realm of
Correct.
acceptance.
So that we try to, that's why it's in.
Would we create a policy that the charter would reference to dictate what an excused versus an unexcused absence is?
I was just gonna ask this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my only question on that. I think it's a great idea.
What constitutes?
Is that a board vote in an absence?
So it's, like the rest of the language in the charter, it leaves, the qualifications of commissioners is up to the discretion of that commission. And, that language is in there, it doesn't qualify it in any way, shape, or form.
So they would contact the city manager report their absence, would state the reason, if
Right.
it was given, for the absence, and then during the procedural part of the meeting, you all would vote on whether it was
I
excused
would
or
ask
not.
for a motion
Yeah.
to accept.
Which is what happens right now.
Yeah,
And that's
I
what
just
we-
wanted to clarify
Right.
for the record, for everybody's
Right, right, yes,
understanding.
that's what happens
And,
right now.
and I think some of us really didn't understand. I'm one of them.
Yeah.
So when this happened a couple years ago, were the commission not voting to excuse the person?
They were voting to,
Yeah, so I don't think it's gonna change anything. It could
What-
still happen.
well, it could possibly happen, but it's,
I just didn't know if I needed a doctor's note. No, I'm just kidding.
no, you don't need a doctor's note, no. It's, it gives the citizens, something to come up and state, and say, look, this person has not been here, all this time, Mr. City Commission, what are you gonna do about it? So, it's,
Sure.
we thought it clarified and strengthened the rules on attendance. So it doesn't make any attendance any harder, but if you have somebody who's, for whatever reason, is really not showing up and people are being nice and excusing it, it's time to say, hey.
Would you guys consider language about it being the primary first meeting of the month? My concern is that you have a commissioner on the first meeting who votes no to a second meeting consistently, let's say, and then because they don't show up to that second meeting, that works toward 3 absences unexcused toward them? Or are you saying that if you only changed it to a workshop, that it would not apply to that second
Correct,
meeting?
because the language says regular meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, so workshops don't apply, and also special called meetings won't apply.
And Vice Mayor Bailey wanted to clarify for the record, the commissioner that was being addressed when this happened, it was right during and after COVID-19, and he was
Correct.
moving. He did attend via Zoom, and according to the findings legally at the time through the state and the city attorney, there was a caveat that was allowed in proxy votes during that time. So she wanted to make sure that was on the
Understood.
record.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. Any constituency comment? Yes, ma'am.
In addition, we had another commissioner for years. She literally missed every other meeting, and that went on for years.
Okay. Anyone else? Let's go to a roll call. Commissioner
Yes.
Lewandowski.
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, I'm waiting for her to come in with that one. I think she said, yes, we're already doing it, but I want to confirm that that's what she meant. No, that was the previous answer, I'm sorry. Yep, so I'm waiting for her.
Yeah, wait for her. That's cool.
She's a no.
Okay.
And I'm a no as well, so, but it passes 3-2.
It will be presented to you.
Okay, number 16, Article 4, Records Modernization.
Well, 15. Ordinance reading transparency.
I'm sorry, 15, Ordinance Reading Transparency requires announcement before each ordinance reading that citizens may request a full reading before vote.
So the logic behind this was brought up by one of the people on the commission, and this was to accommodate somebody who is sight impaired or hearing impaired. This person with a disability, that's why they put this in here. So the intention was if somebody wanted to have a reading of it, or maybe somebody who doesn't have the appropriate reading level, to be able to have that ordinance, your knowledge, to be able to have that read in full and explained to them. So that was the reason for it.
So state law, from my understanding, is that the ordinance title, just like a resolution title, has to be read. If you're referring to the entire document, is that what you're referring to? Literally the entire document?
Right.
So you could have a 150-page ordinance, and you'd want us in chambers to read 156 pages.
It's, again, this was, I'm bringing up the rationale why somebody had asked for it.
Right.
So the rationale was not on a regular basis, but if somebody asked for it, yes, that would be the intent.
So my only concern with this is that if our website and that sort of stuff was up to date, which we need to work on, there are hearing impaired tools now that are available for a citizen to do that. But to put that in your charter, we could have entire meetings stopped because in a 3-4 hour period, you could possibly not even get through the reading of one document. I passed a 117-page ordinance in Williston. We would have never got through it that night. That's my only concern for this.
Yeah, no, it's understandable, and I think that you probably would have no objections if there was a commitment to be able to have that for people with disabilities, because right now we don't have that.
Could we make it to where there's a summary provided? I mean, because we provide a memorandum of understanding with very clear explanations of changes in ordinances. Then you have now a business impact statement, which is another summary finding that's required by the Florida legislature and Florida law. I mean, I'm just saying, you guys might want to think of that long term as to what that could potentially mean.
Yeah, so I hear you. I completely understand what you're saying. And if there's a commitment that we're going to be able to accommodate people with disabilities in terms of the ordinance, because as the attorney knows, there's been lots of lawsuits against everybody about not being able to accommodate people with disabilities.
I agree. As a matter of fact, if I were to receive, just for the commission's purpose, if I were to receive a request that I want to come to a meeting and I'm deaf, the city would work toward it within its budgetary means to provide an interpreter if we knew ahead of time that we needed to provide one if we didn't have the tool to help them. But even that, if I know ahead of time, I can send them a document on free platforms that they can open up in their emails that will actually do things for them in regards to some of those disabilities. There's dyslexia apps to actually fix. There's all kinds of stuff.
So let's do it this way, and I think it would accommodate everything. And I know people don't want to put it in the charter, but given the amount of lawsuits that are going on disability stuff, could we put in the chart, change this completely, and say that that as part of the charter, the city will accommodate persons with disabilities to be able to have the information on, I don't have the right words, but have information on the ordinances that are going to be passed.
Yeah, and that,
Or
I think
language
that's,
that
I think that's a fabulous idea. You just want to stay away from, in my opinion, the words like understanding. Because someone could just sit there and obstinately say, well, I don't understand, therefore you can't move
Yeah,
forward.
and I don't want to wordsmith that tonight,
Yeah.
but I think if we have a consensus that we put in our ordinance that people with the disabilities would be able to go to, could be accommodated so they would know what the ordinance says. Because that is important.
With advance notice.
Yeah, and put that in the ordinance and have the attorney put, I think he understands the intent, and have the appropriate language. I think that satisfies everybody.
Because otherwise you're gonna have California calling us.
Correct, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so if I read this correctly, in 16, we're gonna change the language to be with advance notice for ADA compliance and those with disability, a full read, but otherwise keep it to 2 readings by title only? It's only upon request?
Correct, upon request, right.
And reasonable accommodation for ADA.
Correct, and allow the attorney to come up with the appropriate language.
So that puts the onerous responsibility back on the person that has an ADA disability to notify.
Correct. and
So
it
it
puts-
gives them the time to do it.
Right, and it makes a statement that we will accommodate people. Because it's a two-edged street, you know, it gives them the responsibility that they have to let us know, but we have the responsibility of accommodation, which I think we legally have anyway.
With proper notice,
Advance
change that we are
notice.
going to be given ADA compliance.
Correct. Yeah, and
Reasonable.
And allow the attorney to come up with the appropriate language.
Reasonable.
So with that caveat, the vice mayor has said that initially she's a no on 15. We've had long ordinances before, and she thinks Scott was the attorney that had to read it in its entirety a few years back. And I asked her, well, what if we changed it to be ADA compliant with proper notice? And she's come back and said yes.
Okay, good, okay.
So let's do, okay.
Okay, so I'm going to vote yes with the changes that were been discussed.
Okay,
Same.
yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Rossi, yes. Vice Mayor's now yes, and I'm a yes as well.
So we missed one prior to this one, that same page, C3, that no longer applies, seeing that we're not doing the pro temp pour.
Right, so those are all out now.
Just make sure that, yeah,
Yeah.
we see that that's not.
Yeah, so I think that's a general comment.
Which page was that on, Commissioner?
What,
Page 10, C3, just make sure that that is not changed.
Yeah, so as it goes through and do the parts that were taken out, of course, were the mayor, the independent mayor, essentially. So that comes out. So all the previous language about the mayor and vice mayor stays in. And also the language about the city clerk as a separate entity comes out, but anything that was still in there stays in. So I think that that's going to require probably the city manager and the attorney to kind of sit down and massage some of this to make sure that, you know, the fill in the blanks, because I think it's going to require a little bit of wordsmithing to make sure that we don't lose anything that is currently in the charter that we haven't changed.
okay, moving on to 16, 4, records modernization, allow ordinances, resolutions, or regulations to be kept in index books and or electronically in accordance with Florida law. Mr. Lewandowski?
Yeah, so the argument, the discussion behind that is that, like, for example, there is, I think it's either an ordinance that we're required to have a book that has all the resolutions. I'm not sure if that book even exists. But what we need to have, and some of it we already have, so we have our ordinances online. We need to make sure that we have everything that is, anything that requires a citizen to do something needs to be searchable online so citizens have digital access.
Okay.
So as far as the staff report, I just want to point out that I don't have an issue with transparency. I hope that's been seen, and we'll continue to go down that road. But as far as the Florida Statute 119, which is the public records law, it is perhaps one of the most changed frequently statutes in Florida by the legislature. And my concern with this really is summed up to, we have to follow state law. And I think it's one of the very few places where I would really say, I mean, there's no reason to be redundant. And because it's a charter review and that takes so long to do this process, as people have seen, I think really the language here just needs to be that we are always going to commit to be in compliance with state law. We don't want our charter to disagree with that, and that legislature, as they've shown in the past couple of years, doesn't necessarily take into effect home rule when they make a lot of the changes that they make. So anyways, that's my recommendation. You can read through that. Again, it's not the spirit of it that it is, but I mean, I gave some examples on page 2 of all the different things that we have to abide by just on 119, and then there's also authorities under 166, Florida statute 668, 257. I've listed them, and then there's of course administrative rules also there. So I just, my opinion, and only my opinion, which the commission can certainly do anything that they wish to do, but I just think this is redundant to state law on Florida statute 119.
Okay, Commissioner Fiore, any comments?
No.
No? Commissioner Rossi, anything?
So where do you see a conflict with the, if we're saying that that the regulations should be kept in, what we're saying is that, actually, we're saying it should be, that the ordinances, resolutions, and regulations should be kept in index books and or electronically in accordance with Florida law.
Because 119 could change how those records are maintained. With AI, with cloud coverage, with security protocols, with things like that, the Florida legislature could change how those records are maintained, like how long you have to keep those books.
And how fast
They could change that from tomorrow from 7 to 10. I mean, and so then the question is, do you have a large enough staff to make sure that you're in compliance with that on a hard copy version? If they allow us to do certain things electronically, you don't want to tell your staff that you have to go above and beyond what Florida 119 requires. If you're talking about examination, like a resident being able to come in and sit down and examine something, I'm all for that. We have a new conference room for them to be able to do that in. But repurposed, not new. Let me clarify that. It's repurposed. We didn't build any new space, I promise. But my only point is that because this changes so often, we should just really just mirror the language and say whatever Florida statute dictates, that's how our public records are maintained. Basically the same as the ADA compliance is basically what we just decided, or y'all decided.
Okay, well, like I said, and if we can, one of the intents was to make sure that resolutions are not just kept in a book, but are also available online. So that's, I mean, we want.
Oh, I concur, and I think
yeah.
that's the way it's going.
Yeah, and we want to make sure that we, I guess we're saying we insist on it. We insisted that happened.
But the Florida statute already does that. If any resident here, or even a non-resident, if anyone in the general public says to John or myself or the clerk and says, hey, I want a copy of a resolution, whether it's being proposed or has been passed, we have a public records obligation to provide that to them in a timely manner.
It's not just that.
And it can be electronic at their choice.
Yeah, and it's not just that. What the part of the issue is if I ask you a question about, here's a good question. If I come up and I ask you a question, what is the current limitations by resolution on your ability to spend money? Has there been a resolution that changes that and has restricted you? So in order for you to find that out right now, you'd have to go back and you'd have to read every resolution for the past 6 months to be able to find that.
I disagree with that. It's only because your record retention is so bad that's the answer to that question. It's not because the process is broken down. The process should have been that the city should have been investing in software that categorized and cataloged those issues. What we've instead done through MuniCode and others is we've been deficient in that. So you're answering to a deficiency on the staff side previously, and so the solution isn't necessarily to change your charter reference, it's to be in compliance with Florida statute, to my point.
Florida statute require resolutions to be online and searchable.
Florida statute requires you to answer a person's question on a public records request, and if that takes the staff more time, that's on the staff versus making it easy for the staff to communicate. But I'll let the city attorney wade in if he wishes.
I think it speaks to it generally. that your ordinances and resolutions must be cataloged or must be recorded.
So you're gonna treat
It
them in a
doesn't
timely
say,
manner.
it doesn't say necessarily electronically, but you must keep a record of your resolutions and ordinances.
I think you want to be more organized, and I'm all for that.
Not just more, yeah, more organized, but we want it digitally. So, I mean, that was really a strong conversation with this. We want it digitally so that us, you, and the public can find out what.
So let me give you a scenario, Commissioner. In Punta Gorda, a wire is cut and it severs the internet. We can't afford a server in-house that would be able to maintain the records of the city, even currently. I mean, it would cost probably close to $60,000 or $70,000 to have a server on premise with the right technology and security to make sure that those records are secure and can't be altered without administrative protocols. So you're going to host that on the cloud. You're going to host that on the internet. What happens if we have a severing of that line in another community, but that line relays that fiber to us as a community, and we can't grant that access out of a force beyond our own control? You have a charter that states that now you've mandated for yourself it always has to be electronically available. That's just a scenario of something that could potentially happen.
You're kind of arguing, how many angels are dancing on the head of a.
No, I'm saying if you have it in your charter, you don't want a resident to come up here and say for a period of a week you weren't in compliance.
So electronically does not necessarily mean internet. It means electronically searchable.
It means that you either have to have a server or you have to have it on the cloud. That's
No.
the only way to maintain electronic records.
No, it is not. You can have it on a local computer.
Which is a server. And the amount of files that we would have to scan in are too great. The amount of money it would take we could get an IT professional in here, but I'm telling you right now, the amount of records you're talking about that we're required to keep for a statutory requirement of so many years, you have to host off-site or else it's a massive monumental bill.
And that's an expense.
I'm not opposed to it if we can find the money. It's a good idea to have a server, but you can't contain that on a few gigabytes of information. It's just not possible because you have to retain the image of the document, not necessarily just the record. You have to be able to recall the signatures, the real signatures of a document for it to be classified as a public record. So you're talking about image retention.
Mooney Law, I don't want to debate it too much longer because Mooney Law does not have all that stuff in it. It has just the text.
Muni Law isn't complying with 119.
Muni Code, no.
Muni Code.
Muni Code is not complying with 119.
No, but it's available for, we want to make sure the public has, just like with Muni Code, the public can go online, and if they want to find out what our dog ordinance is, they can find it. You can have the signed document somewhere else because all the ordinances have been signed by the mayor after a vote, but they don't necessarily appear online. So
Don't take my comments as negative or
No,
reactionary.
yeah.
I'm just trying to educate in a sense that, I've done this space now for a while. Let's take Muni Code. Do you know how often Muni Code is updated?
No.
Okay. Muni Code is a package that you purchase through Civic Access, who bought Muni Code recently within the last couple years. You pay either to alter that once a year or you pay for quarterly. They don't do updates any quicker than quarterly. We could, in the span of the last 4 months, have passed 10 ordinances. It will not be available to the public until that quarterly time. And that's if we're even paying for that more expensive package. I don't know the answer to that question for Archer. So Muni Code, again, is not about transparency. It's about a reference for people to be able to go and research. But the final thing is they have to contact municipality, depending on whether it's a planning matter or zoning or whatever, and get the real answer from the staff.
Understood, and again, like I said, the idea is to be able to have access, I'm talking about instantaneous access, but again, for transparency, we want people in the city to be able to go online if we can, if everything goes to pot and they have to come here and go on a local computer to do it, so be it. But we want to be able to have a ready reference for the citizens and for us and for the staff to be able to go online and say be able to digitally search for what what the resolution was, what the ordinance was, what the regulation is. It's that simple.
If I may, Commissioner Lewandowski, that's a great idea. It's just finding the expense to do that. You say staff, like there's 10 staff persons, and I think you missed that point. There's not the staff to do that. And even if we contracted it, it would be in a periodic basis like Municode. It's not every code updated immediately, is where we're at with this juncture. So right now, for parliamentarian rules of order, whatever, we have 10 or 11 more items to go through. I'll entertain a motion to extend this meeting 1 hour.
So moved.
Second.
A motion, I have a second. I have a motion from Commissioner Lewandowski, a second from Commissioner Fiore. Any comments? My apologies, if we beat the hour, then that's great, but we need to prepare for that.
All right, well, I call the question then. Let's vote, or not have a consensus.
Okay. All right. Any feedback from the constituents in the audience regarding number 16? Hearing none, let's go to a roll call. Commissioner Lewandowski?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Fiore? I'll pass. Come back. Commissioner Rossi?
No.
No.
Vice Mayor Bailey is no.
No. All right, and I'm a no as well.
I'm gonna say no, because we're already required.
Okay, by statute, okay. And that's the logic behind it. Great idea, though. All due respect, Mr. Lewandowski.
Vice Mayor Bailey has asked that we, and I'm included in this, I'll take it to heart, we need to stop all the extra sidebars.
Yep, absolutely. Number 17, Article 4, Prohibitions and Emergency Direction adds the mayor to non-interference provision, permits the commission by majority vote to direct strict enforcement of employment, workplace policies, permits, temporary mayor direction, and extreme exigent or emergency.
Exigent.
Sorry. Or emergency situations threatening life, injury, or property.
So I'll start in this. So the comment here says, however, the city commission by majority vote may direct the city manager to strictly enforce city, state, and federal employment and workplace policies. So I don't know why we have to state that, because you're required by law anyways, so I just think it's not necessary language.
Okay. Commissioner Rossi, any feedback?
I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary.
All right. Vice Mayor Bailey is read in on 17.
I'm waiting for a response.
Okay, and I'm a no as well.
Okay, so there's two parts to this. There's one that says that so just as the commission is allowed to investigate, again, the idea is that there is always this tension or question that not always, but sometimes between where the commission is and where the city manager is. So essentially what this does, it says the commission's in charge. So the city manager works for the commission, we all know that, but it makes it clear that by a majority vote, the commission can say, Mr. City Manager, you need to enforce this. That's part one. The second part is, it talks about emergencies. So we currently have actually 2 city managers who don't live here. In the past, it was a requirement for city managers to live here. Okay, if they're not living here, it's not an issue. But it could very well be the case where the city managers are not here. They cannot communicate because communications are down, and the person who is in town who lives here is the mayor. So this is, and this is, again, considering an extreme emergency, which has happened to other cities, and there needs to be somebody in charge. And if the mayor's not here, if neither one of the managers are here, they can't communicate, and the individual who is the elected representative of the people is here, that individual should be able to have emergency powers. So this is, again, and that's why it says, mayor direction and extreme, exigent, or emergency situations threatening life, injury, or property. So I mean, it's really narrowly constructed, and it's worst casing it.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I didn't have any kind of findings on the first concept. On the second, with the emergency powers, this is, in my opinion, a very bad idea. The mayor could have a full-time job. The mayor could also be out of town. The mayor could also be unable to reach the staff because they don't have the communication for all the staff that's essential. They could arrive after the staff. The staff's already begun doing things that are SOP, standard operating procedure. The mayor most likely does not have ICS, NIMS, or any FEMA training whatsoever, which, by the way, we do. And this could affect decisions that are made, could affect whether or not grant reimbursement happens, whether FDEM comes in and provides resources. You're not going to have login credentials to water management programs that will allow loaner programs. I want to also bring up that there are historically mayors as close as the city south of us that have been elected at the age of 18. And I don't think it's wise merely because you've been elected to state that you have the qualifications to be telling professionals within their realm what calls to make. I have a water license, I have a wastewater license. City managers may or may not have that, but a mayor generally is not going to have that. So to tell a water operator or a public works operator that they are, let's say they give them an order to violate a safety regulation, that's a standard OSHA, does the employee now feel by charter that they have to obey that order? So, I mean, that opens up Pandora's box. And the military would have a real big problem with having an unclear line of succession and understanding. So our biggest scenario here is hurricanes, okay? We don't have gas run through the town, that's not an issue. Most of our stuff is going to be weather related. We get those reports by the state merely because of the position we have, days, sometimes a week or two prior, anything that's expected, and we go into normal calls. If whether I live in this community or not, I'm here, I live here for days on end, I never leave. That is part of the agreement that we have in our job description with our public works. They have to understand in order to work for the city, they may be required to live here and not go home for days on end. That's in their paperwork for their onboarding and also for the job description. So there's too much here that can get us into a lot of trouble not having someone with that training and experience involved in that caveat. That's my opinion.
Okay, yeah, again, it says extreme or emergency, and by definition, that means you're not here, you're not available.
Then I would say that you'd go down the line of chain of command, and eventually you'd get to your public works director, and if not him, the person with the highest seniority to make that call in an emergency situation. If the training's done properly, that chain should not fall in what people know that they're supposed to do. If it does fall, then you have a problem that goes beyond an issue of a head, in my opinion.
Question about job descriptions right now. Do not all of the job descriptions have in it near the end or somewhere in it is a component and all other duties as deemed necessary or assigned? Do the job
Yes,
description?
everything is going to say that. But the storm aspect is in every job description for an outside position.
And I think, I mean, again, I'm not trying to create it because it's Archer, but you.
And there's Florida statute, Mr. Mayor, on this.
Yeah.
And the legislature 2.5 years ago changed any public works component employee to not a first responder, an essential responder, basically. And basically that stated that an employee, even under any kind of employment agreement, even in a union situation, if an employee refuses in that role to come in, they can actually be fired because they have violated the component that they are an essential worker. So, anyways.
Okay.
I've abandoned my family historically on 5 storms and not seen my families for sometimes up to a week. Unable to do anything at my own home because my responsibility was the role that I had.
Yeah,
So-
again, this is not about you.
Right.
And it's not about Mr. Martin.
No, I know.
It's about, no, but we have to take you off the table.
I agree. You
Okay.
need to put the position, and that position should be here.
Yeah, and again, this addresses, again, you talk about chain of command. The chain of command goes from the city elected officials. I mean, we are in charge. You're not, we are.
In a storm emergency, that's not correct.
It's absolutely correct.
No, for fiscal and budgetary issues, you are correct. I can't spend money outside of y'all's purview. But in an emergency situation, the mayor, the governor, the president declares an emergency, I'm absolutely in charge of the response.
If you're here.
irregardless of whether I'm here, then John would be. And if John's not, it would be your public works director. If your public works wasn't, it would be one of your public works employees.
We can agree to disagree, but again, my concern was, and it's a concern of other citizens, is that we want our elected officials, if there's nobody else here, and things have really gone to pot, who's in charge? And if it's gonna be, if you're saying, if you're telling me that the minimum wage employee is now in charge, that's a non-answer.
He didn't say that.
Well, he is saying that, he goes,
Well, I hope none of our employees are at minimum wage being in a professional field. But to your point, I get what you're saying.
thank you.
Again, you have a manager, you have a deputy city manager, you have a clerk, you have a clear line of within our own policies, a chain of command. And what I'm saying is, what you all could potentially do is put yourselves or the mayor, whoever the role is, in a position to actually cause damage to the response, because poor training is just as bad as not having anyone there.
Or ignorance.
Correct.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
Martin.
I just, I get where Mr. Lewandowski's coming from on this, but I've had, and I'm not just trying to make it about me, it's only about the experience I've had. I was actually, and thank God I never really had to do it, but I was the alternate county liaison that when I was city manager in Hawthorne, would have been communicating with, if something had happened to Gina Peoples in this case, I was the next person to step up for the county, even though I was city manager of Hawthorne. I've had a ton of experience in this. The way the state now operates, the actual city manager in a place like this, if we have a major hurricane, you'd be surprised how little we're actually asked to do.
Correct.
Because we're not in charge of the fire department. We're not in charge of the police department. We're not in charge of the National Guard or any of that kind of stuff. We basically turn around and answer to the county, which is the first level of that. We're not even in charge anymore of debris pickup.
Correct.
We basically coordinate and tell them the zones and stuff like that. You become more of an informational officer source than anything else. And there's a very good chance that if, hopefully both of us would still be physically able, but one of us would probably be not here, maybe both of us, but one of us definitely would be. If there was only one of us, you might actually be at the
County
operations center.
Correct.
Because that's where they're going to want you to coordinate everything. The chances of you actually being
Physically here.
physically in Archer coordinating your staff to do things, that's not what happens anymore. That might have been the way it used to be, but that's not the modern way that the state of Florida does it.
And as we go on, I hope to address some of these issues on emergency management. You mentioned communication. There are communication devices that we can use that are completely off of the main lines of communication. That's stuff that we need to look into.
Yeah, right now, it's this charter, and again, this was absolute worst case. Again, that was the point behind this. Worst case, nobody else is in charge.
Okay. Yes, sir.
If you
Mr.
really,
Rossi.
really want to put them on there, make them do the required trainings.
Well, that would be part of that, yes, if that,
Thank you,
if this
Mr.
gets
Rossi.
passed. You're right.
Okay.
Okay, I call the question.
Yes, sir.
The consensus. Yeah.
Anyone in the constituents in the audience, any feedback regarding number 17? Let's go to a roll call. Commissioner,
Yes.
No.
No.
Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor Bailey says we're not in charge on the storms. Correct. The last few storms, we had weekly meetings with Gina Peoples in regards to the plan was for each week. Her vote is no.
Okay. It's 4-1 with the consensus for no. Next, 18, Article 5, City Manager Budget and Physical Reporting. Requires a balanced budget, states the city manager shall operate as a fiscal conservative and maintain solvency, requires monthly financial reports, including P&L, liabilities, labor report, general ledger, and executive summary.
So my opinion on this, in E, I don't mind the language there, that's fine. But then when you start listing out all of the financials, I mean, the general ledger, then it only talks about the general and the enterprise funds, but you have other funds. I would put this more broad and, that the city manager provides a monthly financial statements on all funds, including budget versus actual variances. I don't think we need to list them all out like this.
Okay.
And I do like the, 5, the first sentence, where it says provide an executive summary of all financial data for the month. But then again, it goes into too much verbiage there. I think it's already, you can just say, financial statements.
Yeah, so again, the intent here was to make sure that the city commission had the appropriate information to make decisions. So, the executive summary, I'm fine with that, but we thought we needed some work. We need to spell out what that really meant, because you always have the question, so what does that mean? So, we want to make sure that we understand, where we are vis-a-vis the budget. We need to know where we are in terms of long-term liabilities. All those things that a for-profit company would expect from its CEO, come on, Bill. A board of directors would expect from its for-profit company. What we're trying to say is that's what we would want the city manager to provide for the city commission. That type of information. Because we're actually running a business, not for-profit, but we are running a business. And so we want to make sure that that information is provided. So that's why we spelled it out. It can be generalized, but that's the intent. So it's not trying to make more work. But on the other hand, decisions have been made here in the past where there hasn't been insufficient information. So that's, and that's, you can make an argument about who's in charge, but there is no doubt that we have this financial responsibility, which we cannot delegate.
Right, I'm not in disagreement with you at all, but I think wording it reconciled monthly financial statements on all funds, including budget versus actuals, will encompass what you're looking for.
I'm okay with
Profit
that.
loss, and it's already in the job description.
The profit loss thing that drives me nuts, no, so,
It's already in the job description of the individual. It's been removed. It's in this gentleman's job description and his evaluation when we go to do a 6-month evaluation. So if we use the same tool we've always used.
Well, this would require you to use that tool all the time for off. In other words, that would become a non-negotiable contract piece for his, well, he's writing a contract, but for any future contracts, it becomes non-negotiable. You have to do this. Of all the things that we've seen problems with, that's the number one. And we've already had so many. So anyways, I'm okay with Karen's suggestion in terms of more generalized language. I'm good with that.
yeah, so my suggestion, if everyone's good, I would say reconcile monthly financial statements across all funds, which include budget versus actual. And then I would keep the verbiage, provide an executive summary of all financial data for the month. So that could just be, just a paragraph of some sort, but a summary, yeah.
Vice Mayor Bailey has said that she agrees with the comments from Commissioner Fiore.
We also have to remember that,
So this is going to
that private organizations' financial statements are called different than your governmental financial statements. So profit and loss and stuff like that.
So to brief this, if I can quote you or whatever, it's reconciliations monthly, all funds, budget versus actual, and a financial summary on a monthly basis.
Right.
Karen, were you done talking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Rossi?
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, anything to add to
No.
the conversation in the workshop? Okay.
I don't have anything to add,
Okay.
but yes, I support Karen's suggestions.
Okay. And I'm
So
yes as
I do,
well.
so
Yeah.
K, if we're doing this all at once, K, what does that mean? Perform the duties of the city clerk.
Okay, that's off now, because that
Yeah.
was when we had the city clerk as a charter position.
Well, no, the city clerk is crossed off and it says city treasurer.
But that would have been, to his point, that would have been to the other change made the city clerk the city treasurer.
Yeah.
And we didn't act on that, so that's gone.
Yeah.
No, it's not, guys,
No, it says
no.
performing the duties of,
And then you're crossing off city clerk, so that means it was already in the charter.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
yeah.
So what this is saying is that it removes the clerk duties previously because the clerk would be a charter officer.
Correct.
So right now, currently, the city manager, the buck still stops with me on the compliance
So,
with
yeah,
the
so
city
this-
clerk.
So that red comes out and it's performed duties of city treasurer, period.
Okay.
So add that to the brief that I just said, performs duties as administrative treasurer.
When we took out the whole city clerk thing, it essentially.
Puts
leaves
that on
it-
the city manager.
Yeah, as it always has been. So the city manager
It's the way
still
it's always
is the
been.
city treasurer.
Okay, but guys, this is not how this is reading. So the city
Yeah.
clerk was already in the charter and we crossed it off. It had nothing to do with the changes that we were going to make if we took on the city clerk.
So this, I'm sorry, I just want to. So under power and duties of city manager.
I think it's trying to say that,
Perform the duties of
You're doing
city
the
clerk
treasury-
and city treasurer, period,
Period.
Period.
is how I took the comment.
Yes.
okay.
So you would just eliminate and temporarily the duties of that
And
So-
keep city clerk in
Right.
there.
and
Right.
city treasurer.
Yeah, because we
Because that's
eliminated
your-
that charter position.
You're the alternate position to city clerk.
Okay, I get it now. So you
Yeah.
have to put that back in.
Yeah, yeah, because
Okay.
when we added, when the charter
Yeah,
committee added the
gotcha.
city clerk, we had to change everything else.
Okay. And I'm okay with the, training to commission.
And I'm a yes as well with the amended changes of the brief. Moving on, 19, Article 5.
Well, I don't think we all,
Huh?
we did? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, generalization and then the comments that you
Yeah.
made. That's how I
With
took
the
it from the
with
vice mayor.
brief that
Yeah.
you
Okay,
stated,
thank
and I
you.
reread it and
Yeah.
added the performs the duties of the city
Okay.
clerk.
And K didn't change.
Okay.
No,
19, Article 5, City Manager, City Clerk separation, removes the city manager's permanent city clerk duties, leaves
That's
city
all
treasurer
null,
duties.
yeah.
Already,
That's all
already
no.
done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's removed. We
Yep.
removed
Yep.
that whole
Yes.
thing, right?
Yes.
All right, moving on, 20, Article 5, Training Requirement requires the city manager to provide comprehensive introductory training for new.
We already did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's okay,
That's
correct?
okay.
By consensus?
yes.
Okay, 21, new Article 6, City Clerk as Charter Officer.
That's not.
That's,
That's mute.
We-
We
it's
decided
mute.
not to do that.
correct. Moot. Moot.
22, Article 7, Budget Schedule and Budget Form, moves the city manager's budget submission from August to July and makes budget format subject to commission requirements.
So
Mr. Mayor, procedural. Did we vote for an hour and I think it's been an hour?
No, it hadn't been
Because I thought you voted at 9 to extend till 10.
He voted at 10 to
an hour, and that was it
Oh,
until, so
fantastic.
10 to 11, and I hope we don't go that
We're
long.
almost done.
So, for moving the budget submission
Right.
to July, it sounds wonderful. I
Except-
wouldn't put it in the charter.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just a goal. You have your ad valorem and all the other stuff and the timing, and it's
The crunch is too
difficult.
tight.
Yeah, I definitely, you should strive.
It could be a goal, I mean, just like workshops
You
beginning,
need to be in there.
No,
no,
Okay, well, the reason it was in there because, in the past budgets, when they waited till August, it was a problem.
that was failure of the person, not the intent of what we wanted to do to meet deadlines, I mean, and to have citizen participation.
they're not even gonna get some of the numbers from the state until July.
Oh, is that the problem?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you've already tentatively scheduled a budget workshop in the end of June?
We have not, we've talked about it. I'm waiting to get a date from you all.
Right.
Um,
Or don't talk about it tonight, I'm just saying, I mean, we've already
well, I
moved
mean,
it up.
you're there. Why don't you guys pick a date? And so regardless of it not going in the charter, I have a consensus on a date that we can publish. I mean, that's not a speed bump. That's a bad thing to have.
Let's
I
continue
think
with
we
this
should
and go
do
to
that at the June meeting.
All right, I'll have it on the agenda for the June meeting.
June meeting, and we can certainly plan for it, as it whether workshop or second.
Vice Mayor on 22 is a no. For amending the trim, yeah, and all that.
And I'm a no as well, because it's just, great as a goal, but not feasible to put in the charter. I'm sorry, and I'll go to a roll call. Commissioner Lewandowski?
No.
No. Commissioner Fiore?
We're just talking about the July?
Yeah.
Yes.
The 27
Yeah, no,
Number
okay,
22.
no.
I'm just trying to do
Yeah, I know,
Robert's
I
rules,
just-
so.
No.
Commissioner Rossi, a no. Vice Mayor was a no. Did I hear you say?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, and I'm a no as well, so we will remove that one. 23, Article 7, Budget Amendments and Debt Service Language adds prepare for public emergencies, deletes the current debt service protection paragraph, allows departmental line item changes without commission vote if reported monthly, requires interdepartmental changes by resolution.
I'd really like the history on this one if we may, please. I want to understand it.
Let me go back to.
We're also missing one.
Yeah, we're missing one.
Section 3 budget.
Yeah. I just, yeah, I see the same thing.
I
So-
may not have seen it in the breakdown, I
Yeah,
apologize.
let's go with that one first because it's in sequence. So that one, Section 3 budget says, "The budget shall provide a complete financial budget plan of all city funds and activities for the ensuing fiscal year, except as required by law, or this charter shall be in the same form as," and previously it said, "as the city manager deems desirable," or the city, I'm sorry, it previously said, "as the city manager deems desirable," or the city commission may require, and it's been changed to read, "as the city commission may require." So in other words, we're saying that it's as the city commission, the form of the budget is as the city commission requires.
So the commission is creating the budget?
It's, again, it shall be in the same form, it says here, the ensuing fiscal year, and except as required by law, or this charter, so except as required by law, shall be in the same form as, it says here, as the city manager deems desirable, and what we're saying is, or the city commission may require.
Again, that's my question, I'm just asking. So what you're saying is the creator of the budget is going to be the commission?
No, you can make a recommendation to the commission on on the form you want to provide to the commission says yes or no. So it's not.
So I'm just trying to wrap my head around this because I've never come from a county or city government where the staff didn't present a budget and you guys give a yay or a nay or go line item by line item.
Give direction to go
But to
back.
say for you guys to create the template, you in essence are creating the template, and I'm okay with that. I just want to know whether or not you're going to create a template, because I don't want to come at you guys, because you're talking about a small window of time, that's my concern. And I come back at you with, like, this is the way I would do the GL codes and this is how I'd lay it out, and you guys, I don't like the format. So we schedule another meeting and I give you another format. So unless you're creating the format,
No, it's saying that you have this format you want to do, that's fine. You can
unless
create-
you turn it down.
Unless we turn it down. If you come up with a good format, it's not going to be turned down. So if you have a format that you want to provide, and you don't have to have a budget before you have a format, right? Correct?
Well, I mean, you technically should have a budget before you decide how you formulate it, but.
If you want to have if you have a format that you want to do, bring it to the commission, and if it's a great format, the commission's going to probably say yes. So we're saying that you create the format, you're going to create the budget too, but you create the format, you come to us and you say, hey, this is the format I want to use, you guys okay with it, yes or no? I mean,
How's that different from previous? Because any budget I bring you all, you are under no obligation to approve anything in it.
So they've never historically been provided like a budget document.
Correct.
No.
It wavered.
So they
all
sit
over
up here and they go GL by GL, like, no, let's take 200 out of there and put 200 in there. It's awful. So I think this section was, hey, here is your budget as required by law.
Right.
How it should be formatted. So that means that you have to show any kind of transfers, you have to show those normal things that you're used to.
It says a complete financial budget plan on all city funds and activities
Right.
for the ensuing fiscal year. How was a budget not presented and been in compliance with that previously?
They haven't been.
They haven't.
So I don't understand the change because
The
either
change
way
isn't
doesn't make
necessary.
any change to whether or not they've been in violation of this charter
No,
clause.
I agree that it doesn't need to be changed, it just needs to be followed.
You just acknowledge.
Okay.
And present
Yeah,
it in a format.
I mean, I apologize. I'm baffled
They've
by that. I
never
really am.
seen anything. No, they were given PDFs that didn't total correctly even. So, I mean, it's been bad. So I understand where he's coming from, but
Yeah, I can see that now too.
a format, a budget format, you wouldn't come and say, hey, I'm gonna use this, PowerPoint presentation, do you like it? It's nothing like that.
No.
Yeah, it's just, Yeah,
It's been
provided a
no
budget.
form,
that's right.
no form.
So I don't think we have to do that.
Karen constructed it 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Publicly as a citizen.
Yeah, because it had no format.
I read an article on that.
Yeah.
So that is why that's in there.
Okay, that makes sense.
But it doesn't need to be in.
Be in here. That's the question to yourself and
Yeah.
consensus.
Well, it's not on this, this list, so there's no number to associate it, but I don't think it needs to be on there.
This is 23, so let's go to
No.
a roll.
It's not.
There's not a number on there, so do number,
We'll call that 22B.
Yeah, but it needs to be, it's a change in here, so we just say yes or no to it, even though it's not. in
Right,
this
but I'm
list.
saying
On
it's
22B.
22B
Yeah.
is fine.
22B.
And
So
again,
roll call, Commissioner Lewandowski,
yes,
no.
No.
the vice mayor on the 22B,
22, she's only has no, but I don't have a distinction between A and B. I've asked, I'm waiting for her to respond.
and mine is no as well.
And she's no on 22B.
Okay. Commissioner Lewandowski, yours was no or yes?
yes.
Yours is yes. Okay, by consensus, it's 4-1.
Now we're down to 20.
No, I'm sorry, 23, Article 7, Budget Amendments and Debt Service Language adds prepare for public emergency, deletes the current debt service protection paragraph, allows departmental line item changes without commission vote if reported monthly, requires interdepartmental changes by resolution.
And this is the one I want to understand because I don't quite understand the language.
Okay, well, so the B I think is easy. It's to prepare for and be, before it's in terms of budget amendment.
Okay,
The original language was to meet a public emergency. We've added in there to prepare for and meet. So it's budget, it's preparing for emergency, not
specific,
just meeting it.
specific to emergencies.
Correct, that's specific to emergencies, that's right.
So the part that we're getting rid of is kind of the nature of my question. No appropriation for debt service may be reduced or transferred, and no appropriation may be reduced below any amount required by law to be appropriated or by more than the amount of the unencumbered balance thereof. The supplemental and emergency appropriations and reduction or transfers of appropriations authorized by this section may be effective immediately upon adoption.
So I think that's an error. I don't think that was intended to be taken out.
Okay, so we're not taking that out?
Correct, that, I think, as I look at that now, and I think back I think that's an.
Because that sounded like a good idea when I read it.
Yeah, no, I think that being taken out was a mistake. I don't think
Okay,
that should have been.
so then the real question on 23 then is item E?
E.
Well,
B.
no, E is what was taken out accidentally, so what's on here is E will now become F.
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to discuss then a consensus of whether or not we add an F.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not okay with this. So I think if you're moving from department to department, you should be putting out a resolution to have adopted by commission. First of all, you only have 2 departments here. You have what? Public Works and,
Well, hopefully in your budget this year, you'll see multiple. You'll see a Parks Department, you'll see a Roads Department,
Oh, yeah, I
you'll
guess I
see a
forgot
Water
that.
Department,
I guess I
a
forgot about that.
wastewater.
so I know that you don't, technically, I don't think you're required by law if you're moving from department to department to disclose by resolution, as long as the bottom line stays the same within that fund, but I think it's best practices that you
Yes.
should be transparent and show that you're moving, funding, so I don't like that.
I will limit my own power here. I agree with Commissioner Fiore. I think that that's a bad idea because as Mr. Lewandowski, or Commissioner Lewandowski has pointed out, this isn't about who's in the seat.
Correct.
It's about making sure that people don't raid the stormwater budget because they didn't do what they were supposed to on a water budget
Or the reserves.
or the reserves. And so, yeah, I actually think this may actually cause more financial problems than then it solves.
Yeah, I think it should read, budget line items will be amended within departments and funds
But it says without
With-
action by the city commission.
with action by the
There
city
you go.
commission.
It should be with, and you should be doing that in your financial monthly report.
That's called your budget.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm just saying, I'm not seeing the statement as understanding because your budget should be your budget and the only way to change that should be through a commission vote.
An amendment.
Absolutely.
Right.
Whether
Yeah,
it's the
so we
reserve fund or
need to
anything,
add
it's
the-
amending your budget.
The
It's
words
an amendment regardless.
between departments and funds requires or an
And
amendment.
and that should be brought to this commission.
Yeah, so the basic discussion, well, I think the second part, I think, is clear, you know, about interdepartmental changes. The concern that was brought up there, well, we thought we needed to add for sure the interdepartmental changes. Within the department, within those sub-items, you know, we were concerned about, you know, for a change, being too limiting with the city manager. So if you needed to change, I don't know, subscriptions from something else.
But those are below your purchasing policy.
Yeah.
So if the budget's done correctly, you have a
Right.
budget to do that.
Yeah.
Um,
And I'm not sure.
And we
I'm
wouldn't do it at a
okay
GL
with
level
more
anyways.
restricted then.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
I don't think it needs to be there.
More restrictive, always.
yeah, I mean, I'll just be honest with you guys. You guys just approved a potentially second meeting in the charter review, and you talked about having a workshop or something. I mean, there should be no excuse why staff can't come to the commission and say, look, this is an issue that come up. And as far as an emergency power, we can handle those in an emergency way. But, you know, I just view this as a way of people deciding that the commission, representing the elected folk, are going to say, this is how we're going to spend our money, and then someone working a way around that by doing it this way. And I just think it needs to just be, like you said, restrictive as in, that's the budget. If you want to change the budget, go through a budget process.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so I'm okay with Karen's suggestions on that.
Through following budget amendment approval with the commission, through the commission.
Correct.
And Vice Mayor Bailey said 23, it definitely needs to come to the commission.
Okay, got it.
Can I ask a quick question on it, just to get my mind right? So, to me, the way it should be done is you obviously have a budget, and then it's approved, and then if there's some major deviation from it, the city manager would come to you, explain why this needs to be done, you would approve it, and then traditionally once or twice at the most a year, you would come back and do a budget amendment to reconcile all of it.
Actually, no.
Is that
So
not right?
that-
I could be wrong.
Most cities do it that way, but technically, before you expend that, you have to have the resolution and the transfer adopted before you do that.
What I'm saying is that the commission would take action, I guess we're maybe saying the same thing, just
To approve
differently.
or not approve.
And then later on, you would come back and actually have a formal
Amended
budget amendment
showing
that
that.
showed that.
A list of changes.
That's how we did it with the reserve when I asked for the 100,000.
I thought, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought
Yeah, but
that's
technically,
the
you're
way.
supposed to get the approval and the resolution prior to making those transactions become.
Yeah, he is saying the same thing as
Okay,
Commissioner
okay.
Fury. So what he's just saying is that, let's say we make 6 changes in finances, all by resolution. Once or twice a year, you would go during the fiscal year and
Present an amendment.
present all 6 as a budget amendment. Because they've already been approved by resolution. But you would tell
No,
your,
so your amendment is in your resolution. That's what I'm trying to say. So you come in and you say.
that's not
I'm
traditional from our end.
Okay, you do a budget amendment and you get that approved by resolution. And so then you can do this every month if you needed to. And then your next one amends resolution, blah, blah, blah.
So in our realm, when you're given that yearly budget, it's a document. And it covers everything from salaries to benefits to each line item. What we're saying is you only change that document and republish it as the fiscal budget once or twice a year.
Well, that's fine, that's fine.
That's what, when you say budget amendment, that's what we're thinking about.
You can
It's
do it
the official
monthly,
document.
You can do it
Well,
monthly,
but
you don't
the
have to
state-
do it just once or
I think the
twice.
state, I could be wrong, because you're more of an expert than me on that, but the state requires you to submit a budget.
Right.
and have it, and then if you're gonna actually change that budget.
Yes.
You have to do an official amendment and submit that.
Correct.
And you only wanna do that.
So this
like
year,
once or twice.
technically, if we had our house in order, we would submit all the changes we made by resolution, and it would go before the state, and we would submit a budget. Our finance director, or Mr. Whitehead, our contractor, would submit that as part of the trim and all the notices that we give, as this was the Archer fiscal 25-26 budget,
Amended budget.
amended budget.
Amended budget.
No, I'm not, we're not talking the same thing, but I don't know how much time you want to be on. So you adopt your budget, you get that approved, that is your fiscal year 27 adopted budget.
Correct.
1 month goes by and something major changed, and you now need to transfer general fund dollars over to your enterprise fund. You come to commission with the amendment that's attached to the resolution that you get adopted, and that already changed your adopted. So you're amending your adopted, it is now this change 1 month into it.
She said-
We can absolutely do that if you want. It's just never been practiced that,
That's how we always did it.
Yeah. And
Okay.
so
I have
it's,
no problem with that.
but maybe we're so small, we don't have to worry about stuff like that.
No, I just wanted your understanding, because I don't want a misunderstanding. If you guys have an expectation, I want to make sure we understand that
That's all
expectation.
I'm trying to do. is
Yeah, that's it.
because it's not the way I've typically operated. I'm not saying it's correct one way or another. I'm just saying that's not the way.
We want to make sure we can comply.
The realities of our side normally
At this
do it.
point, that
In the past.
we have the language in the budget that matches the expectations. So
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're crystal clear on that. So is what she has suggested as as language,
If you want us to amend the budget document as a whole for any changes that are made, or those selective pages, we just need to know that. If that's the expectation of what this means, that's fine. I just need to understand that. And that's what we didn't understand. Because from our point of view on a county and a city level, we've always done it where at the end of the year, all the changes that were made, you submit that final document, and that's what goes to the auditors. It's that amended budget, that final document. Not saying that that's the way you guys want to do it or we need to do it. That's where we had a misunderstanding, to be clear.
Well, your resolution that you're doing, that you're getting adopted all the time, is changing your budget, you're amending it.
Yeah, but what you turn into the state is the final amendment.
Correct, and your auditors.
So
In order-
it's your last,
I
So
can
every
do
time
that.
you
yeah, I think we're
change-
talking maybe the same, it's just, it has to be,
It's whether you do it twice a year and give it to the state, or whether you're doing it every time you're making.
It's like Jones and Powell is going to come here soon and start working. It's the final document that we give them and say, this is what you're auditing. Did we comply with what this budget was?
With all the amendments in it.
So at the end of the year, we make those changes, but what you're saying is you want, from what I'm understanding, is you want those changes and those amendments to where those changes would be in the budget as part of the resolution.
yes, that's how I've always seen it.
Okay, and I'm okay with that. We're just trying to make sure we know
essentially
that.
becomes an operational budget.
Correct.
That's it, and that's really kind of what, and I'm in agreement with her, that's really what we're interested in, is an operational budget.
Sure, so that if you flip to it, it's been changed.
Well, and then when you're also submitting your budget versus actual variance on a monthly basis, you're gonna have an amended budget column.
Okay.
So we're gonna be able to see that that's been amended.
It's current at all times.
I'm perfectly fine with that. We just needed to wrap our heads around that. That's all. I apologize.
No, you're good.
But our charter
I
needs
was
to
getting
reflect that in
clarification from my
24,
head,
and it's
'cause
not, and it's
That's not the language I've
language,
heard before.
so.
So, the next one.
A citizen is asking everyone to remember their mics because they're viewing online and they're not getting to hear everybody.
My mistake, okay.
Okay, let me brief 24, and you all correct me. The language that's there is not what we've just said. The brief is amend the budget by resolution each time to create a flexible operating budget throughout the fiscal year.
You didn't take public comment and then you didn't do your consensus. I think from what I heard, people wanted to abolish it, but we didn't do either of those.
Okay, is there any comments from the constituents in the audience regarding the dialogue from going away from this, briefing it with what I just said, or adding anything? Hearing none. Are we in consensus with the brief in what I just said? For Commissioner Fiore, is the language not proper? Which was amend the budget by resolution each time to create a flexible
Well,
operating
no,
budget.
you don't have to put each time, it's budget,
But it is, if it's a flexible current document, it would have to be each time there is an amendment. by resolution throughout the fiscal year. You know, that's been the dialogue between, haven't done
Well,
it
the
that
way
way.
that you
just-
worded it confused me again. So, amendments, budget line item amendments within departments or fund will,
Can I make a suggestion? Write
Yeah.
it, to take a second and write it down and read it, out to us.
all right, we'll come back to it.
I've got it, because she made the changes. Budget line items will be amended within a department with action by the city commission vote and then reported monthly. Interdepartment changes require a resolution by the city commission.
Yeah, but just add after department and fund.
Ongoing. to create a
Interdepartment and
flexible-
fund?
Yeah, by department or fund.
Oh, okay, so not interdepartment, by department and fund.
With the end result being to create a flexible operating budget.
I don't think you have to put all that.
Well, we've heard once or twice a year, and you're saying each time, so.
Okay, so let me read this back again with what you just said. Budget line items will be amended within a department and fund with action by the city commission vote and then reported monthly. Interdepartmental changes require a resolution by the city commission. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, I don't know where the monthly thing came in though.
Yeah.
It's what's written there. I didn't know you got rid of it.
Each time, that's where the each time.
So each time,
Or
sorry.
that's not reported, yeah, you don't have to use the word monthly.
Okay, so just reported.
Yeah,
Interdepartmental changes require a resolution by city commission.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure we have that
Okay, good.
correct. So let me, all right, so Vice Mayor Bailey wants me to read it one more time. So it's budget line items for F will be amended within a department and fund with action by the city commission vote and then reported, comma, interdepartmental changes require a resolution by the city commission, or period, whichever one's grammatically correct.
okay, so no, so interdepartmental changes require a resolution, it's not, it's, the whole thing you just said requires, it's like redundant there,
Okay, so get rid of interdepartmental changes
Yeah.
require a resolution.
yeah.
Okay, let me read it again. Budget line items will be amended within a department and funds with action by the city commission vote and then reported. Do you want to add with a resolution by the city commission or passed by a by resolution by city commission? Or do you want to just delete everything after the word reported?
Yeah, I mean, actually, it sounds like budget line items, budget line items can, actually, to me, it sounds like budget line items can only be amended with, by action.
By resolution.
By resolution by the city commission.
Yeah, let's do
By
that.
resolution.
Okay, so
approval.
where do you want resolution?
Well, just what he said.
At the beginning where it said city commission?
Yeah, by,
Vote
yeah, by resolution.
By resolution.
Yeah, by resolution.
Okay, let me read it one more time and then you guys can.
Yeah. It's
Budget line items will be amended within a department and funds with action by the city commission vote by resolution and then reported.
Each time to create a flexible operating budget.
They said they got rid of that.
I know, but that's exactly what their issue is. They want it done each time, not just twice a year.
So do we want to add that?
I don't see the reason for that.
You're gonna get it twice a year then.
Not if
Maybe-
we've already discussed.
Maybe it
getting-
only needs it
resolution.
twice a year, we may only do it once a year. It's just,
But it's each time we approve a resolution.
but that's not what it's saying, it's just saying every time you have an amendment, it must go for resolution. That's all it's saying.
And be entered into the operational budget.
That is your budget, when you make an amendment to your, the resolution becomes your new budget.
Yeah, no, I understand the confusion. So there's the final budget that he's going to submit to the auditor, and that's gonna have all the changes that have been made
Correct.
previous to it. And so what we're asking for is that operational budget. So, because that's what we have to operate under. So anytime that he makes a change to, or we make a change
It needs to be
to
shown.
it has to have a resolution, period, end of discussion.
A
Yes,
change underneath the limits of the purchasing policy. And the caveat of category to category. I want to be clear on that. So if a GL code for materials and supplies for the water budget is funded at 10,000, I can't transfer 5,000 of that to the wastewater fund. But I can spend that 10,000 within the limits of the purchasing policy in any way I see fit. I just want to make sure everybody understands that, because I don't want there to be confusion to the audience that if I initially said my budget was based on 4,000 of that going toward tools, that when we've changed the need that we have, that needs commission approval. I just want to be very clear on all that.
No, as long as it's the same amount.
Right.
And
you're
see,
okay.
so what you just said was essentially the intent of the original language, of that change that was in there. So, it wasn't said in terms of the spending limits that you have, but that was sort of the intent, that, for within your spending limit, that you should be able to make those small
Well, that makes
changes.
perfect sense, but
Yeah.
that's kind of standard operating procedure with a budget.
With a budget.
Yeah, but that, anyway, that was the intent of that
Got it,
that whole
okay.
section there. Said, we want you to be able to make those types of changes, but what we consider interdepartmental.
That makes sense
Yeah,
now.
yeah, that is why that language is in there the way it is.
Okay. So are we going back to that language, or are we sticking with what you guys have so far pretty much agreed to collectively of how it was just read? And I still don't know if we've decided to add each time. I'm just trying to get clarity for when we do this.
Yeah, and I know we're belaboring the point on this, but it really is important because we've been burned on this. So it really is important, and besides, we took 5 months to discuss all this stuff, so we're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Get it done in one night.
So, I really think it should just read amendments between departments and funds must go in front of commission by resolution.
Approval.
That's a simple statement.
And-
You want to amend it to that?
I mean, we don't have to do every time and all this other stuff, it's just
Basic.
Say that one more time, I kinda like it, I think.
budget amendments within departments and funds must be approved by resolution through the city commission, or
Okay.
that's something
Now,
like that.
now, do you feel comfortable that that still allows him to make changes within,
Yeah, because-
within departments, within his
Yes,
spending?
that's his standard.
Yes, because that's not considered a budget
GL
amendment.
Yeah, GL, going 10,000 over in one GL and going 10,000
And pulling
under.
it from another.
It's when he says, I need from water to wastewater, which he'll never do,
Pull 10,000.
and things like that.
It's robbing one fund at the sake of another,
Okay,
which
I
is what
just
you
wanna
want to
make- I just
avoid.
wanna make sure we're
Yep.
clear on all, okay.
Yeah, so let's say we have a uniform budget of $500. It's just an example. We don't have one, I'm just saying. And we rob that and we put it into the water fund, but in a different category. It's not forbidding that. It's stating I can't take that money from the water and take it and put it in
Got it,
wastewater.
okay, good.
And when he provides you with his budget versus actual variances by GL, he won't start messing monthly with the GL budget. He's gonna represent as, I'm over on this GL, but I'm under on this GL.
Right.
He's not gonna keep, adjusting those.
Got it, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so comments from the vice mayor. She says, will you reread that or do that? I got it. I liked the last reading from you, I'm assuming me. So I'll wait to see if she responds to the new reading of budget amendments must be approved by the city commission. Because I think that's how we simplified it, correct?
Yes.
All right, so I'll wait to get her answer on that.
Good.
And while we're waiting, Commissioner Lewandowski, what is your vote with that?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Consensus.
Fiore?
Consensus.
Sorry. Fiore is yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Rossi?
Yes?
And I'm a yes as well.
It's typing, so it'll be just a second. I'm good with the very last amendment.
Number 25, Article 7, bond terminology, changes ad valorem bonds terminology to general obligations bonds in bond definitions, authorization, and bond election provisions.
So, am I on? Yeah. So the reason.
Did we skip 24? I'm sorry.
What's 24?
I apologize, but yes, I think we did.
I'm sorry. That was 23. It's 24, Article 7, capital grant carry forward and assigned fund balance adds grant expenditures to appropriations that continue until accomplished on abandoned and carries reappropriation forward as assigned fund balance.
Okay, so 20, so all those, the 24 and 25 were, and, yeah, 24 and 25s were recommendations by Dallas. So when we were having the meeting, Dallas came to the, I think it was like the first meeting, and he made these recommendations, Dallas from Newberry, made those recommendations, so that's why that language is in there.
Yeah, and I want to say that I think the spirit of what he was talking about is that we're seeing a financial history where grant funding came in and may have not been spent either appropriately, or when it was left over and the project went under, it was decided that it would be used for other things. And he's absolutely right. It should be turned into an appropriation, which means that it goes before the commission as to what to do with that. It's not just predetermined. And to carry a reappropriation, I would just say that Florida law requires this, and grant compliance requires this. So, I mean, I'm okay with it one way or the other because we're going to abide by it, but I think it's
And
redundant
that's
to
the only
state law.
terminology I'd add is by Florida law and statute.
Yeah,
So
but it's a good
am I
point.
reading into it? It doesn't necessarily say it though. So when your fiscal year ends and you still have grant dollars, you need to then adopt in your next budget fiscal year, right? What's left over, the appropriation?
Correct. I think the idea is that you don't, as most government does in the last month, figure out how much money they have left unspent and decide, well, if I don't spend it, it won't be there. So, there's that kind of mentality, unfortunately.
I don't know if the language is quite clear on there, but.
Would you all like us to review the language and provide something for you on that? I guess what I'm saying is if you guys say
I
by
think it's
consensus you
clear.
want some idea in it,
I think we're overthinking that. I think it's very clear in the appropriations and what happens to it, because that's where we
Yeah, I
failed. It wasn't reported what happened to that leftover grant funds. That's been the issue.
Okay.
Commissioner Lewandowski?
Yeah, so from my perspective, I think the language is clear, from my perspective, so I'm going to say yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, was there any comments from the constituency regarding just clarifying what happens to leftover grant funds in the appropriations and to make sure it carries over properly? In a very simple brief. No? Okay. I have Commissioner Lewandowski as a yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Fiore, yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Rossi is a yes. Vice Mayor Bailey?
she's a yes, though she did suggest maybe we review the language, but she's a yes.
Okay.
And for the record, when we're talking about budgets, just briefly, I would like to put a budget caveat that we have a little small fund for people who stay through an entire meeting to give them like a little button or something.
You would have to provide me 10 years worth of buttons.
Article 7, bond terminology, changes ad valorem bonds terminology, general obligation bonds and bond definitions, authorization, and bond election provisions.
Right, so that was also language suggested by Dallas. That's where that recommendation came from.
I'm just putting this back, I'm not talking, don't worry.
I don't know. I don't have anything wrong with that. I don't know if there's legally the way it should read, but I'm good with it.
It's just, it's ruling that there's obligations for those bonds to be reported. Okay, so Commissioner Lewandowski, I'm sorry, anyone from the constituency regarding how ad valorem bonds and terminology for general obligation bonds are to be reported by definition? Hearing none. Commissioner Lewandowski, yes?
Yes.
Commissioner Fiore?
No, because I don't really understand
the
the changes.
I think it's a language change, is all I'm
And
seeing.
like the last one,
And again, this is one of those that we certainly cannot forget it. We can just adopt it in the next year because quickly, no.
I'm okay with it. I just don't know if that
We-
truly
we
needs to
currently
be
have-
that, or if that was.
Yes, as I recall, what he was saying is that the appropriate terminology is not to say just ad valorem, because that's value-based, and that the appropriate terminology would be general obligation funds, which covers everything.
Yep. That's the
So it's like the
impression I
balloon
get too.
effect?
To me, it's just a language cleanup to be more,
It's a
to be
language
more
cleanup,
general,
To be
actually.
more generalized, correct.
I'm good.
That's why.
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Rossi, yes. Vice Mayor, I'm a yes as well.
Waiting for the vice mayor.
I was just counting it.
I'm indifferent to this one.
Indifferent, yeah. She gets like that at the end, I agree. Okay. I was just counting, you all count for me how many we now have on the ballot. I think it's 10. And we've got 2 more to go. 26, Article 9, Charter Amendment Statute and Comparative Table corrects the Charter Amendment statutory reference to Chapter 66.03 and deletes the Charter Comparative Table of Ordinances.
I think you have to keep your ordinance changes in your appendix, don't you?
Yeah, so that was actually recommended by the attorney that was sitting here at the time, and yes, we were talking about money. So it's like, you know, this is something that it does not need to be in the charter. It can be other places, and doesn't need something that, it doesn't need to go out for vote, I guess is what, and I thought it sounded pretty good to me.
Oh, so this was telling you where the amendments were?
Correct.
Oh, I thought this was saying like, on this date, this was amended.
I did
Well,
too.
it's a history of it.
Resolution number.
Yeah, it's a history of the changes, comparative table, charter, comparative table ordinances. It's a historical piece. And that's something, it can go somewhere, it doesn't need to be, her recommendation was, it can go somewhere, it does not necessarily need to be in the charter.
Yeah, I think it's at the footnote, and if you go to Municode, I think all of the amendments will list them on the very
It
bottom.
gets changed once a year.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just briefly, I want to go over the cons of the question. Removing these sounds like a great idea, but, you know, it goes back to the continuity. And some folks whose memory is no longer available to us in the future. And so one of the things, the comparative notes for the next charter review or for the next group, it is there on the document. So I just want to make sure we state that. So it doesn't have to be there, that's correct, it can be sourced in another area. But if we're talking about, like, we'd had a conversation earlier in the evening about records retention and the accessibility of them, it does make it to where it provides some sort of direct source without having to go further into document retention.
Yeah, and we went round and round on this.
So, I mean, I'm ambiguous to it, but I just want to make sure
Yeah.
there is 2 sides to that.
There's 2 sides to it, and we went round and round about it. For me, what finally said we should take this off was the whole thing about having this on the ballot.
Yes.
This particular piece.
Okay. Anything from the constituents in the audience regarding removing this? This sourced in another area for the information. All right, Commissioner Lewandowski,
Yes.
or no? No to remove it?
No,
Don't retain it.
Yes to remove it.
yes to remove it.
But that would be a no. Don't do it.
No, it's currently on. So voting yes to 26 would authorize its removal and it's putting it on a different source. That's how I read it. Isn't that
Yes,
correct?
correct,
Yes,
correct.
that's how you meant your motion.
That's correct.
A no vote means you want it to stay currently on the charter document. And you don't want any change.
Okay.
So,
Commissioner Fiore,
Yes.
Commissioner Rossi,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bailey,
she is a yes to remove.
and I'm a yes as well to remove it. Last but not least, technical edits. We have about 5 minutes. Technical edits throughout members, articles/sections, deletes obsolete transition language, fixes typographical errors, and updates cross-references. Makes the charter cleaner and easier to administer. Cross-reference errors are likely after a large red line. A final attorney codifier review is necessary before ballot language is prepared.
Right.
That's a given.
So this is Scrivener stuff.
Yeah. Why would that be in our charter when it's a given? I mean.
It's
like-
not. It's his summary of those changes, that's all. This is not something you have to vote yes or no on for the charter. He's just making a statement that has to happen, and he's correct. So we don't need to vote on that. That has to happen.
So we can remove it as a referendum for the
Correct.
citizens to be totally confused with.
Yeah, it's a question for you all just to understand that anything that you decided on those changes would at the end have to amend the overall
Yes,
charter.
we have
Yeah.
to approve it from the commission dais, correct?
Yes, correct.
Which we're going to do anyway, through this workshop, wonderful world we live in. All right.
Yeah.
So
Well-
somebody just check me, how many are we actually leaving? 4.
Just shut my
Anybody
computer off.
count? 5, 6,
I just recorded the votes. I didn't record the yeses or nos overall.
7. I have 7. We've removed 20. Is that what you have?
I wasn't keeping, you're keeping good track.
Yeah, I didn't count it.
Oh, I have a lot of scribbling here, but I think we've reduced it from 27
I think
to
so,
7.
yeah.
And that's even doing the A, B, C, D, to keep
Correct.
something on there with clear language. So I'm very pleased because I was fearful of 27. I was fearful even if we removed 10.
Well,
17.
yeah, so I'm
And I'm not
comfortable
looking
with
at
the.
you, Commissioner Lewandowski,
No,
because I still think there are things that could come up. We've done a lot of homework in this.
Yeah, no, I think it's comfortable. I mean, we met MUDS, and we had lots of debates about every single one of these issues.
During a
and it
troublesome
was- And that
time.
was that group, and we finally got it before the commission.
Yep.
So I'm happy. I mean, it's where we needed to go. There's some things I'd like to see in, some things were kept in. It is what it is, right?
But 7 items for citizenry to look at versus 27 or
Correct.
17. I feared that more than anything else. 'Cause
Yes.
So I do have a question. So once these are finalized in some kind of format,
Clear with clarity.
do we once again say yay or nay, or we have?
So the process, and this will be our next item on our agenda, item 3, subsection E, direction to staff and city attorney regarding next steps, ordinance preparation, and draft ballot language. We're gonna take these comments that you have on these 7 items, and the attorney's office and our staff will start working on getting an ordinance written to those changes after we develop that language. We'll have to coordinate with SOE's office and give you a price on what that looks like overall for those 7 questions. And we could have a recommendation to bring back 2 proposals. One, as the attorney mentioned, as an overall yes or no, thumbs up or thumb down on all 7. Or we could go on and say that we want to compartmentalize them and have them all listed as separate items. So we can present you both those options. You guys will have a first read when those documents are done, which needs to happen soon. And then you'll have to have a second read, and we'll have to advertise 10 days ahead. So this might require a special meeting if we get this across the finish line by July.
For the second meeting. The second meeting.
But that would be our intention unless you guys direct us otherwise, if I misunderstood.
Okay, but the language in here, even with everything that we said, that's not gonna be what's on the ballot, right?
You're gonna see a new charter with new red lines on the suggested changes, and then you're gonna see specific language that would be proposed to put on the SOE for the ballot.
Okay, my point is gonna be less wordy, right?
Yes.
Okay.
A summation.
Well, it has to
A
be.
summary.
I was gonna say, because
Yes.
some of these are pretty long.
That's why it's important to have the attorney craft those to make sure that a judge or a resident wouldn't say that the intent of the summary was different than the intent
Correct.
of the language.
Right, they have to do that, yeah.
And the 7 will be clearly either highlighted or whatever.
And
so
then
it'll be
the
easily-
other major unresolved issue that you're gonna have to get with is with the election commissioner in
Yes,
regard-
for changing the November election.
Correct.
Yes, we'll work on that as well.
All right, anything else for the good of the country?
Well, you have item 4, suggested charter edits. We already did that.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you wanted to end with a public comment or,
Are there any public comments to the nature of this workshop and whether we performed?
For your time, it needed doing. It's been a year and a half that needed doing.
Thank you. Ms. Rossi, anything for the good of the country, other than Commissioner Rossi
Just
needs
wants
to
his
go
wife
home?
home,
Okay.
yeah.
This meeting is adjourned at 10:55.
all right.